Welcome to Table Talk, the place for deep conversations in the Geekverse. And trust me, when we tear into a subject, we go deep. I'm Heath, and I'll be your host. Each episode, I'll be talking with one or more creators, authors, illustrators, publishers, or other movers and shakers in games, TV, books, movies, or other areas of the Geekverse. Regular guests include Douglas A. Burton, the author of Faraway Bird, a multi-award-winning historical fiction novel of the Byzantine Empress Theodora. He's also the author of The Heroine's Labyrinth, an alternative story structure to the hero's journey that often occurs in stories with feminine heroes. That structural framework frequently comes up in our analysis of story. Brianna da Silva, she's the director and co-writer of The Cultists, a Lovecraftian comedy mockumentary-style web show here on YouTube, and the author of The City of Reckoning, an epic fantasy novel of political intrigue, the ethics of war, and young love. Cameron Pasha is a screenwriter, director, novelist, and was a writer and producer on the series Kings, a producer on NBC's Bionic Woman, and a co-producer and writer for Sleeper Cell. He's also written for the CW series Nikita and Roswell, New Mexico. He's been breaking news from inside Lucasfilm, Disney, and Hollywood. His analysis and commentary have become very popular on YouTube. We regularly meet to discuss and analyze stories, and when we do, we dive into graduate-level seminars on story structure and writing. Come on in and let's go deep. And when I say we're going deep, I mean you'd better bring your hard suit. Other guests have included Lou Anders, the author of the Thrones and Bones fantasy novels, Once Upon a Unicorn, the creator and publisher of the Norengard RPG, and the author of Star Wars, A Pirate's Price, the book that explains why the Millennium Falcon is on the planet Batu at Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. Mark Tassin, the creator of the World of Ataltis, head of Mechanical Muse, former director of the Gen Con Writers Symposium, and the head developer of the new Cool Name RPG. Let's see, who else?
Bond. James Bond.
Well, not James Bond. Not yet. Maybe soon, though. But I have interviewed Jamie Stegmaier, the founder of Stonemaier Games, crowdfunder extraordinaire, and publisher of many hit board games like Scythe and Wingspan. Brian Colin, sculptor of the world of Revelo Monster Busts, and the creator of the vast, grim, dark horror RPG. Ajit George, the Dungeons & Dragons author. We talked about game writing, education, and his contribution to Van Richter's Guide to Ravenloft and the development of the Journeys to the Radiant Citadel.
I am Hela, Odin's firstborn, the commander of the legions of Asgard, the rightful heir to the throne, and the goddess of death.
Well, actually, that interview got rather spicy, so I think I'd better just keep that one to myself. Kate Wilson, a YouTuber, actress, host, and prolific geek guru who's now working to make a new show dedicated to the world of tabletop gaming a reality. So buckle up and get ready for a wild ride, because it's time to explore the worlds of tabletop gaming, sci-fi, fantasy, and all of geekdom through the eyes of those who are making things happen.
Atomic batteries to power. Turbines to speed.
Roger. Ready to move out.
It's time for Table Talk. Hello! Good evening, everyone! Welcome to my house, welcome to the office, and welcome to Table Talk. It is so great to have everyone here. We are back with not only Doug Burton, but also Brianna da Silva. She's been gone for quite some time over these holidays, but we're very glad to have her back as well as Doug. So everybody welcome Doug Burton and Brianna da Silva.
Hello.
Welcome.
What's up, everybody?
Good to have you back, Brianna.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome back. It's 2024.
Yeah.
It is 2024. We're going to try to make big things happen here in 2024. There's a lot of people who have a lot of things to do, so we got to make things happen. Happen. So we were talking about the Watchmen tonight, and was it Brianna? Was you who recommended that for this tonight, or was it Doug?
I don't remember. It might have been Doug.
You actually brought up the Watchmen.
I don't remember. I bet it was one that we both were like, "Oh, this would be one that we'd be willing to talk about." So
yeah, there were a lot of text messages going back and forth, and so I was like, "All right, let's do this." So this sounds good.
Yeah, we have a list, and there was a couple that Brianna that you and I both highlighted as definite. Yeah. So I was trying to pick from that list, and this was on it. And I got to be honest, I was glad we chose this one. I totally loved rewatching it. If this is one that seems to stick with me and it keeps getting a little bit better. So it's aging very well, I think, for the most part.
Yes, I watched it a long time ago and enjoyed it. I remember enjoying it, and then was rewatching it for this. And I was like, I think there's a lot here in this movie. So we got lots of people here tonight. We got James here. We've got BGD here. We've got Sable Phoenix, although he says I'm not the biggest fan of this movie, but Sable is here. But that's all right. Come on in. We got Tomocrat. Welcome. Jason, welcome. Let's see. Druden Fuzz, welcome.
Awesome.
Daniel. So we've got lots. The whole crew is here tonight.
Very cool.
Well, Doug, do you want to introduce yourself? I'm gonna put up your faraway bird right here.
Sure. My name is Doug Burton, and I am an author, and my debut novel was Faraway Bird, a historical fiction novel set in the Byzantine Empire. It centers on the early life of Byzantine Empress Theodora, and I am currently working on book 2 right now. I'm about a third of the way through, and it's going very well. I'm very happy with the progress. And then while writing this, I found out there were certain issues with the hero's journey that was not working with my story in terms of organizing it. And that led me to a massive on-road into researching heroines and heroine-centric stories, film, novels, comic books, TV shows. And The Heroine's Labyrinth is a book that will be coming out next month. And I'm very excited. It's been 3 years in the works, so I cannot wait for this to finally be available.
There's some place. So we're going to be talking a lot about The Heroine's Labyrinth here over the next rest of this month and next month, re-releasing a lot of stuff from the Heath's Geekverse channel over here on the new Table Talk channel, so that all the Heroine's Labyrinth stuff will be over here. But do you have a place up yet? I'll put your website. I got your website up here too.
That's my website. We're actually getting ready to refresh the entire website right now, because I have so much limited professional space. It's focused on Faraway Bird. And so there's a lot of stuff in there. There is a tab up there for the Heroine's Labyrinth, but that is old. That was when I first came up with it 3 years ago. That was my first effort at articulating it. I have since condensed and reworked some of it and restructured some of it and redesigned a lot of it. But this was an early attempt. The new website's going to have the Heroine's Labyrinth. The tarot cards are going to be there. I plan to embed some of our videos, Heath, from Table Talk, onto the website. And I do just want to say thanks again, both to Heath and Brianna, James Bacon, and really the whole chat. Being allowed to come on here and talk about this and discuss this has really led to an improvement. Even today, I spoke with my publishing consultant, and we made some other changes to the book based on our discussions, meaning I came up with a better way to explain something, or there was a bullet point that was missing. And I was like, how is that missing? So a lot of the work we do on this channel has really helped out. So thank you, all of you, for that opportunity. And then the great feedback that you consistently provide.
Well, we'll be talking about that a lot more. We're going to try to bring out some clips. We'll re-release the live streams. All of that's going to be going on. And then, of course, if you're here, if you're following, then you will definitely know as soon as the Heroine's Labyrinth is live.
Awesome.
All right, Brianna?
Yep. I'm Brianna. I'm an author and a director. My debut novel is City of Reckoning, and that is a epic fantasy book about a group of young people who get caught up in a war and then begin to wonder if they're fighting for the wrong side. And then I'm also planning to try to make my stab at Hollywood. So I'm working on different materials for that. A couple feature screenplays, and then also some short films. So that is like a big area of focus for me right now. And if you want to follow my adventures with those kinds of things, the best way to do it is my newsletter, because I'm not really on social media. It's somewhere on my website.
How often does your newsletter come out?
That's once a month. And actually, my December one has not come out yet because of the holidays and because of a bunch of stuff going on. So that's going to come out in a couple days. But yeah, it's usually like the last week of the month is usually when I send it out. But yeah, this is an exception.
Here's the link right here. So here's the link. I'll put that in the subscribe to Brianna.
Yes. But yeah, that's how you can find out what I'm up to. And I try to make it like a community in a sense. Like if you're following me through my newsletter, I'll let you see things before other people get to see them, like things that are in progress. I'll send invitations for beta readings sometimes, and that will only go to that community. So yeah, I try to make it worthwhile.
Awesome.
Behind the scenes things, stuff like that.
All right, and then here, so if you are connected, we are watching this on a different stream. We're streaming to different locations here. Hello, Sherry.
Because we're
streaming to different locations here, but we are trying to establish Table Talk as its own brand on its own YouTube channel. So watch hours over here on the Table Talk channel would be very much appreciated. Here's a direct link to subscribe. I'm putting that in the channel right now. So Table Talk, we're still trying to get some watch hours over here on the Table Talk channel. So those are very much appreciated. And then we'll let Table Talk fly as its own brand, I hope soon. So Table Talk, this is where we're staking our flag. And that's why we're bringing Doug's material from the Heroine's Labyrinth back over to this channel on Sundays. We're going for the next several weeks. It's going to be focused on our Heroine's Labyrinth discussions. They'll be coming out Sunday afternoons. But
and
then
yeah,
also, good.
One of the good things about that, because you had him on Heath's Geekverse at one point, right?
Right. Yes. They originally aired over there.
The Heroine's Labyrinth, all your videos popped up. And then I searched it the other day and none of them came up. That's why I was like, what happened? So anyway, it actually will help, especially if once people have heard of this and it gets out, then they'll find your videos. So part of what I'm hoping I can contribute is to drive traffic here through that. So
a candle has just entered the conversation.
Yes. I realized that my practical lighting effect was not actually up, so now it is. But then also, very soon, I've been working on something for a virtual tabletop gaming space the past week, really hardcore. But then after I get that done and I'll let you know when that's set up and put out the link to everybody, especially on Heath's Geekverse. But if you're interested in the storytelling side of things, well, you really need to come over here to the Cultists channel, because the Cultists is what we're going to be relaunching in a big way after I get the coffee shop launched, the online coffee shop for board gaming launched. The Cultists, that is done by Brianna and I did this. So Brianna and I are the co-writers of the Cultist. I was the producer of the Cultists. Brianna was the director. Brianna directed this. It is our comedy mockumentary show about modern day Lovecraftian cultists who are just trying to worship Cthulhu in a world full of people who don't understand. Brianna's also done all the graphic design to make a unified YouTube channel. And look for all of this. You can see her commentary on the channel, my commentary as well as I've got the first 3 episodes of season 1. They're just like about 7 or 8 minutes each, already up there. We're going to hit that hard here in a couple of weeks. So I'll put the link down here. If you're not already connected with the Cultists, here is the direct subscribe link. I would love to have you on that channel. That's what we're going to be hitting hard, hopefully in a couple of weeks. All right.
Awesome.
That's what we're doing. So welcome, everybody. All right. So the Watchmen. How do we want to start this?
Well, maybe in the time, came out in 2009. Brianna, did you have a way that you wanted to frame the discussion?
Not necessarily. I'll just tell you, like, overall, like the kind of notes that I have. I was mainly paying attention to the different characters and their different points of view and like what the moral arguments are. And so I was kind of following the themes of the story. And then some sort of meta commentary about that. So that's where my focus is.
Yeah, mine, I think Brianna, you had even mentioned to me like, oh my God, this was Zack Snyder. And it's easy to sometimes forget because he seems to be like in and out, like he's really hit or miss.
He's up and down.
He's not the kind of director that you mention if you're trying to sound like a sophisticated film buff. You don't mention Zack Snyder. You'll be judged if you say that. Because he's an entertainer. Like he's very much like he's known for taking comic books and turning them into movies that have the same feel of a comic. And so he's very over the top and very dramatic, but it's beautiful. I really think he's I really appreciate his filming. So I kind of want to watch it again later, like focusing more on the directorial decisions.
Well, it's funny. He even got mentioned in Barbie. One of the Barbies was like, and somehow I realized I wasn't really into the Snyder cut of Justice League.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, oh, the Snyder cut. So anyway, I thought that was pretty funny. I actually looked up his filmography, and what's funny is he came out of the gate hot with Dawn of the Dead, which I remember seeing at the theater, and it had such a great opening, and it like reintroduced the zombie genre. Like, it was awesome. And then 300, which I would say was a culturally relevant movie. Everyone in the world seemed to see this. It really was one of the first times we saw the super fast motion with the super slow-mo, like, and then they go real slow.
I was expecting to not like that movie. And I 300, I was expecting to not like it. I was coming in like, oh, this is going to be so stupid. And it was, but I loved it.
Yeah, it was really good.
Very entertaining. His movies are very
something that was discussed widely. It was another big hit. And then right after that, 300 was epic. And it was a new type of stylism, or it had a slightly different stylistic feel as a movie. And Gerard Butler.
He was matching the look of the comic. He did the same thing with Sin City. Yes. That's another very famous, like, it's just like kind of using film in a way most people don't. Like, I'm not trying to be realistic. I'm trying to make this like an art form, like a moving comic, you know?
I remember a friend of mine showed me the 300 comic book, and he loved this one line so much. It said, I forgot how it goes, but it's "We'll fight in the shade," referring to the arrows blotting the sun out. Which was in the 300 comic book, and then obviously it made it into the movie. But so after two big hits, he follows up in 2009 with Watchmen. And what's interesting is in 2009, our country was in the chokehold of the housing recession. And I was heavily affected by this. In my day job, I'm a real estate appraiser. And when there's an economic downfall, the financial sector gets hit hard. And so it was a pretty devastating blow at the time. And so there was kind of a cultural malaise, kind of a downer, depressing stretch there. And then you get the Watchmen. And I'll never forget, the trailer comes out. And, when you think of superhero movies pre-2009, they're mostly uppers, Superman, Christopher Reeve, and even Batman was stylistically cool. He was still a good guy, and so you're watching this trailer about almost like an Avengers level event. There's multiple superheroes in it, most of whom aren't well known. The graphic novel was known in some circles for sure by this time, but in the trailer, I'll never forget. It had a Smashing Pumpkins song. The beginning of the beginning is the end. Or the beginning of the end is the beginning, which is a really cool song. And the big line in the trailer was, "The world will ask us to save it, and we'll say no." And so during this depressing phase in the United States, where everyone seemed to be out of a job, where everyone's houses value plummeted, and you have the superhero trailer come out where they're like, "Save us," and they're like, "No," and it's like, what? Even our superheroes are giving up on us. And that's what happened when the Watchmen came out. So I think that's just one frame to put it in its context, and in the Zack Snyder context where he was at.
Well, and I think another context, just to mention real quick, would be comparing it a little bit to the graphic novel. I was saying to both you guys, I haven't reread the graphic novel, but I'm just looking it up right now. I'm curious to know when that came out, because Alan Moore, who created the graphic novel, he's also very respected. He also created V for Vendetta. So he's an interesting character, though. He famously has not watched any adaptations of his work because he suspects that they're just horrible.
86 and 87.
That's when these came out.
86 and 87 was when the graphic novel came out.
Oh, wow. Really?
It was done. I was looking that up. So I don't have any knowledge of the graphic novel. I've missed that side of the geekverse, both comic books and graphic novels. But I was trying to look at that a little bit here. So it was a limited run graphic novel. So it was a series. So it came out as a series over 86 and 89 and like 12 volumes or something like that. Yeah, 12 issues that ended up telling the story.
Issues.
But So my commentary won't be able to compare what is in the movie versus what is in the graphic novel. I'm glad that Brianna has read it, so we have that.
Well, no, I mean I read it as long ago as I watched it the first time, so I don't really remember it that well. So I won't be able to really compare it that much, which I wish I could. But I do have some just comments a little bit about like Alan Moore's intentions when I'm talking about the themes and like what they might have been. So.
Anyone in the chat, if you are up to date with the graphic novel, feel free to chime in.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially the differences between the two. My impression with that was that this was a mostly faithful effort to adapt the comic book.
Yeah, that's how I felt too.
But when I was reading about the adaptations, or when I was reading and watching stuff this afternoon about this, because I rewatched the movie this afternoon, and then there is also a graphic video adaptation,
like an animated version,
motion video adaptation of the.
Yeah.
And so I watched the first chapter and a half. So that's if that is the direct comic or the graphic novel, then that's what I thought that was interesting. So I was trying to watch some of that.
Yeah, if I'd had more time, I would have done that too.
But it seemed like because 300 did so well, it was interesting that a lot of people were calling this unfilmable. That these graphic novels were unfilmable, which is the same things people would say about the Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the Rings.
So I was thinking about that in the context of Lord of the Rings, that, okay, you have this epic fantasy story that's Lord of the Rings, and then Peter Jackson does it.
Right.
And so after several different projects got off the ground, but then did not actually go forward with a film adaptation of Watchmen, because Zack Snyder had done the adaptation of 300 so well that must have been like, oh, wait a minute. If we have a guy who can turn comic books into movies, then we have the one for you. So that seemed to be why he got it. And but I have been enjoying this movie, even though I don't know about it in the context of this graphic novel. I will say, Sable is right here, by the way. That was Dionysus. Then we will fight in the shade. That's a historical quote from Dionysus.
I love it, but it ended up in the comic book, and it's
and then also in the show. Yeah, but
it's such a great response.
The movie. So Michael says the movie was pretty close. They changed up the ending, and I was researching the ending specifically. I told Brianna this afternoon that I was going to research the changes in the ending too, because so there's a change in the ending that we'll talk about.
Yeah. It was funny because because it had been so long. Because back when I first watched it, I read the graphic novel right afterwards. That was the order that was, and I think that was back in college. It was a while ago. I think it was that long ago. And then, and so it was like kind of both stories were converged in my mind. So when I was rewatching it again, I was like, I kept expecting like a certain kind of thing to happen during the ending. And then I was like, oh, wait, that's in the graphic novel. That doesn't happen in the movie. It's like, wait, when are the aliens coming? Like,
and this was also on the kind of the vanguard of what would become the literary respectability gained in graphic novels. Because, comic books were not considered or in the mainstream, they weren't viewed with the same esteem as like a regular novel or literature or whatever. And that has changed. Our culture has revisited that, and graphic novels were seen as the most book-like of the comic book genre. And so this was one of the early ones in the late 90s. And I would say all the way up through like Sandman.
I was going to say Sandman's another important one.
Totally. But the graphic novels are now can have respectability, like universally. I'm sure there's still some snoots out there that are like, oh, graphic novel, but they're good.
And about those people.
the thrill for anyone who's a comic book fan, and I would say I'm maybe a B- on the scale. There's A+ fans there. I had my strong comic phases, and I had my it ebbed and flowed with me. But there's really nothing like opening up and getting lost, tumbling into the world of a comic book. The artwork, the panels, the characters, and
when it just catches you, and you're just literally, you cannot stop until you've gone through the entire thing.
Yes, you are in its grip, and it's different than being in the grip of a novel or sucked into a film. Comic books have their own hypnosis on you, and the graphic novel. extends that. You know, you're not done in 20 minutes or so. You're done in hours, if not days, to get through it.
A comment on that, because I was a little while ago, I was reading a couple different books about the writing of comics, and one of the things that really struck me that I thought was intriguing, that now I want to I haven't done this yet, but I want to take some really good graphic novels and comics and study them and see where they're doing this. But the idea is that, obviously when you're writing a novel, it's each chapter or each scene break is kind of where you want to end in a way where people keep wanting to read. For a comic, if you're doing it right, it's at the end of every single page you have a mini cliffhanger. So so you're dealing with things on a level of pages and of course panels, and then issues, and then that comes together into books. So it's got such a complex, or that comes together into volumes. So you've got so many levels of planning that out and making sure that you're keeping people's interest. And I think that's part of it, is that because if it's done well, there's so many intentional things that are keeping you going. And then so it's literally just page after page after page. Oh, what is he going to say in response to that? Some little tiny cliffhanger where you have to know the next, you just literally have to keep turning each page. So I feel like to write one.
How about when there's the cliffhanger and then you turn the page and it's a double page spread, the big climactic moment and everything.
Yeah, and the whole art form with, the difference, the sizes of panels, because that's something that isn't comparable anywhere else. It's maybe slightly comparable to the length of a shot in a film in terms of its impact, but it's a different kind of impact. It's still, because it is a big panel makes you pause, and then the little ones you kind of will skim through more fast. But it's still, right. It's different.
Well, and then also the thrill of getting the next comic book in your cubbyhole the next week or the next month, where you show up to, I'm sure all comic shops are similar, where you subscribe to certain comic books and you show up and your cubbyhole is full of the ones, and then you go through them real quick and then you have to get home and read them. There's a whole thing with comic books that only comic books can do. And I'll mention, you've seen Michael Tyke in the chat. He is one of my good friends, and he is the A+ level comic book reader. He's the one that really got me to reconsider my attitude toward comics and graphic novels as good as literature, specifically graphic novels. I was always into comic books to some degree, but I never quite believed that a graphic novel would have the same weight as, let's say, a piece of literature. Mike's the one that got me to change my mind on that pretty quick. So he knows his stuff. When he's chiming in, you'll probably you'll see that he knows his stuff pretty quick.
There's an interesting note on that subject, talking about, because Alan Moore, one of his intentions was to kind of make commentary on the comic book industry in general, and of course, which at the time was super dominated by superheroes. And so he was doing two things, in terms of when he was creating it and in his writing, he was trying to, like what you're saying, elevate this craft and treat it like literature. So he was doing that, but also in the story, he was also critiquing things. And so that's Watchmen in particular, of course, is him critiquing the idea of a vigilante, of a superhero, and let's take this to its actual logical conclusions and see, where this takes us morally and whatnot. So that's a potential good segue into the story. But
it's loaded with archetypes, and really subversions of archetypes. If we want to be specific, it's almost easy to spot which. I think Mike was the one that was telling me that the original plan for this was to use Wonder Woman, Batman, as if they were voted out and now had to kind of deal with society as regular people. And this was nixed by DC. So he just made versions of these characters.
I want to say it was a different slate of heroes. I thought that Night Owl was Batman, the riff off Batman and stuff. But it was the stuff that I was reading. No, okay, yeah, right. Okay, Sable, I knew somebody would have it in the comments. It was designed on the old Charleston comics characters. Question, right? Was they went over this question, Blue Beetle, Phantom Lady. So it was not Batman. It was a different slate, but it was still the series with history, and so it was completely revised to be its own characters. Yes.
Well, but
Blue Beetle became Night Owl. course. Thank you.
Blue Beetle became Night Owl. I Question and Rorschach. That one's a little bit more obvious, but Night Owl strikes me so much as a ripoff Batman. But
yeah, there's definitely some influence,
especially as depicted in the movie.
And that might be more the movie. Who knows? Yeah.
But the movie does such a good job that he's really in my head. He doesn't feel like a knockoff character anymore. It's Night Owl. Like he has distinguished himself as a separate style character. Mm-hmm. And it's funny seeing Patrick Wilson now, like as time has gone by, he's really associated with like The Conjuring and stuff. So it's funny to go back and like, oh, Patrick Wilson as superhero. Okay.
No, I didn't make the connection. That was the same actor.
Yeah.
Which version of the movie did you watch?
What's that?
Which version of the movie did everybody watch?
Theatrical.
I think I just watched the theatrical, whatever was on HBO Max.
How long was it? 2
hours, 40 minutes, right around there. 2 hours, 43 minutes, I think.
It took one of the reasons why this rewatch kind of consumed my day is because I watched the like 3.5 hour movie.
There's
three versions. There's the theatrical cut, there's the director's cut, and then there's the ultimate cut. Now, I have not seen the ultimate cut yet, but I am dying to now that my interest has re-sparked on this. And I have a feeling most of it's going to be added at the end. I started to notice while I was watching this I watched it over 2 days, that they sped things up a lot at the end.
Oh, 2.5 hours is what I've got.
Okay. So I have a feeling a lot of the added footage probably deals with the ending and the middle to end segment. Because, by the way, this has one of the best openings.
Oh, man.
And it has one of the best, if not the best, overture segments I've ever seen. One of my all-time favorites. Overture meaning you play music and you roll credits to introduce the film. This is one of my all-time favorite openings. I will watch just the opening if I have just a few minutes and I want to watch something right before I go to bed. I love it with Bob Dylan's The Times They Are A-Changing. It's one of the greatest openings of all time, in my opinion.
It tells you a lot in a short period of time, very quickly establishing like, okay, this is the world we're in, because it's kind of our world, but it's an alternate history. So they're like very quickly showing the alternate history, and in such a entertaining way too.
Yeah, it's not
a very Zack Snydery way.
It is a Snydery way, because he has the super slow-mos. Mm-hmm. Almost like the flash
and
of
the text.
Camera. Yeah, and then it speeds up. But it is telling a story. It's introducing you to the time period, because we are in an alternate 1985. Mm-hmm. Nixon is about to win his third term. I remember the first time I saw this, I was like, what? And Mike had to explain, it's alternate 1980s. We win Vietnam in this one. So it's different in marked ways that really make you kind of, lean forward and be like, okay, so we won Vietnam. We're in 1985. They're superheroes, and Nixon's on his third term. What? Okay, roll cameras. Let's see what's going on here. It definitely made you curious about this alternate America that we were in.
Oh, there we go.
So yeah, and it opens up with the combat between the comedian, who's a little slow, but clearly capable in the fight. And then this mysterious shadow.
And there's a little hint that he has extra strength in there too, I think.
Well, yeah, he punches through part of the
wall. He punches through the concrete, almost like Neo and Agent Smith. But the big thing in the opening, it is a pretty my one criticism about it was, you're introducing this film to a public that does not know these characters, and you start with a long, high action sequence where you don't understand the context of the fight. It's just action, essentially.
Start on action.
Right. But for me, it's only good in retrospect, like seeing it a second and third time, now that I know the characters. Now when I watch it, I love it. But I remember when I first saw it, I'm like, man, this is going on for a long time. I don't know who this guy is in the bathrobe. I don't know who the guy attacking him is. It was a long-winded fight for two characters that most of the public wouldn't even know who they are.
I actually didn't feel that way, because I was just enjoying the fight so much.
You just were sucked into the action.
Yeah, I guess I like action.
Well, I think it's also because of the particular stylization of this fight.
Yeah, it's so unique.
So I went in with the particular filmography of all of that, and the way that I wrote down, it's brutal. I mean, this whole movie is brutal.
Yeah.
But this opening fight is still brutal, yet elegant and also artsy.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so I think this opening fight really establishes that feel for the movie.
Yeah. And I just want to go on the record. Yeah. I think it's a great opening. My only criticism was that if you don't know the characters, this might have felt long. That was all I was saying. But I still think it's a great opening, a fantastic opening.
But then after you get the thrown out of the window, because that's what Thraxis says, is the death at the end that's really starting this. Now, but also when I was watching the motion graphic or whatever, it started with the detectives talking.
Right.
And so it had the detectives talking about the crime scene that they had just found.
Right, because a fight to watch, the fight scene is like, well, that's more cinema than comic. You can put a fight in a comic, but yeah, you're going to adapt this. Yeah, we need to add a fight scene.
Well, they cut back in what I was watching on the motion graphic. The detectives are talking, which that detective talking scene is in it. It comes in just a moment, but the detectives are talking, and then they were cutting in scenes of the actual fight as the detectives are saying, somebody must have put up a fight here, and then you would see go back in time and see a punch or something.
Oh, yeah.
And go back. So
which is great storytelling.
Yeah, so that's in the comic. Do you see the fight in flashback as they are talking?
So and that's one of the good uses of flashback, in my opinion. It happened like in I think the Two Towers, where Aragorn is reading. He's like, oh, their bonds were cut right here. And then you see the Hobbit get out. Good, quick, splashy flashbacks to show the ability of a tracker, in that case, to read the terrain. And in that case, the ability of a detective to see the forensic evidence left behind and perceive the action that must have happened. I think that's a good use of flashback.
And also just noting the difference.
The director's cut opening, MZ says.
The difference between doing the same scene or these two scenes in comic form versus film form. In this case, it's more interesting to have them separate because, of course, in a movie, the fight scene is just it's a lot of movement, so it's interesting to watch. But then trying to do a long fight scene in a comic is just kind of awkward because it's still but having it split between them talking is a perfect way to do that in comic form, because that you're getting the dialogue, you're getting information while you're also seeing the fight. So that stuff is so interesting to me with thinking about how to tell stories in different mediums.
That's a great point, that it works better in the comic than the movie. Or if you tried to do it in the movie, it wouldn't have worked as well as the comic. That's a great point.
Yeah, but this would not have been a good situation to do the flashback. Yeah.
Well, and the way this ends with the smiley face button and the spot of blood, I think has become iconic in its own right. When you show that, I feel like the general public immediately connects it to this film, to the Watchmen, which is, and I believe the smiley face and the blood drop was also in the comic book. And I believe they used it a lot when they tried to reboot it in 2019 for the series, which was not very good.
We will not think about that. We will not.
Right. It wasn't good, but I think they tried to use that imagery, right? The smiley face.
I don't remember.
In the marketing build.
So forgettable. I didn't even finish it. I tried to watch it. That was.
Like anything, when you get too far away from the source material, you start to. You got to pull. If you're going to deviate from the master creator or the genius who came up with it, you better match that genius. You're setting a high bar for yourself, and if you don't, you'll know.
Yeah,
I thought the graphic novel has that on the cover.
Okay, yeah,
that sounds right. That sounds
and
right.
James says,
it's an iconic image. You cannot think of anything else but the Watchmen when you see the smiley face with the spot of blood.
I had a note on what that probably symbolizes, but that has to do with the ending. Should we talk about it now, or should we come back to it?
Well,
about what now?
What that means.
Well, let's come back. If it's the end, let's come back to it. Let's hit that at the end.
Ooh, that's a nice tantalizing.
Yes, that's right. Keep everybody on edge.
The end of the comic book panel before you have to flip the page.
Oh yes. So this is a long page flip.
But yeah, during the credits, you do a lot of world building.
Well, real quick, the one thing I want to mention which I'll tie in on the opening, and we could build on this as we go. This is one of the few films that I absolutely love their ability to use pre-existing music in the movie. And this fight scene goes with Unforgettable, to the point where when I hear the song Unforgettable, I think of this fight scene. Just like when I hear Stuck in the Middle with You, all I could think about is Reservoir Dogs with the game where what's his name cuts off the ear of the police officer. So this movie just nails the song choices for, I think, with almost all of them. But this one starts with Unforgettable and goes with this incredibly violent song to such a pleasant piece of music. So the song choice and the fight clashes completely in the way that you dream of as a filmmaker, I would imagine, that you create something new with the experience.
Right.
That's part of the elegance. When I said elegance, the music is helping to convey this elegance.
Totally.
Yeah, and so and I was thinking about music a lot, like especially like the funeral scene that happens later, like that's like kind of upbeat music that's playing, and I was like, and in my head I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna just take this music away and just look at it, and now it's just like without this music, this is a super cheesy cliche, like this is like every funeral scene I've ever seen, just people going to this drab it was just kind of like uninteresting. But the fact that you had that extra music was telling you, it's just like reinforcing the fact that we're critiquing this form. Like we're taking this form and we're almost like the sense that we're making a joke of it, which is kind of another one of the themes where and so I thought that was interesting, that it's like anything else wouldn't have fit the tone, and that tone is really important for what the story is about.
Well, but so Brian Tyler is the composer for the scoring of Watchmen, and he did 300. So almost like rock and roll, but set to orchestral music in a sense. The way, so you could imagine Brian Tyler was probably like, "Oh baby," we open up with a fight scene, and Snyder's like, "I'm gonna go with Unforgettable." You'd be like, "What? Unforgettable? It's an action scene." Brilliant choice. I thought it was great. And then to follow up with Unforgettable ends, you see the iconic image of the smiley face and the blood, the death of the comedian, and then the opening strum of Bob Dylan's "The Times They Are A-Changing" to launch into. And in 2009, the long overture was on its way out. Most films abandon the overture now, where they roll credits in the beginning. Here we have not only a long credit sequence, it's one of the best of all time. And I think, Brianna, you said they do storytelling in it. And the other thing that I appreciate
the world building at this time, the world building,
the world building, the storytelling, but also in the spirit of comic books, the names like executive producer, whatever, he puts into the panel on an angle in 3D with things in the foreground or it's in the background. So he kind of builds the credits into the comic book panel, so to say. And I thought that was a great touch. I think that also that this sets the opening overture here with "The Times They Are A-Changin'." A, great sound choice or song choice. And B, it, like you said, it tells you so much about what you're in for. It totally sets the tone of the movie you're about to watch. And I even jotted down some of the, they show the world in World War II. You have like the B-29 bomber coming at you in one shot. And so they do two things, I think rather skillfully. They blend in story and character elements from the characters in the film, and then also introduce historical elements to kind of show you where they're here's our characters, but it's the 1940s. Here's our characters. Now we're in the 60s. Why? He's shaking Kennedy's hand. Dr. Manhattan is shaking Kennedy's hand. And that actor looks a lot like Kennedy, doesn't he? From the side.
Kennedy really sells it.
Totally. Every time I'm like, I know why I bet if he looks in the camera where the illusion is broken, he doesn't look like him at all. But from the side, it's uncanny. Yeah, Sable says he misses film overtures. You had the subversion of the historical moment in the victory over Japan, where the sailor dips I think the nurse and
Right.
kisses
Yes.
You had the superhero.
But that was not just a random thing, because that's also more storytelling, because that character also, as we see, comes back. Right.
Well, it's a lesbian kiss, and it's a subversion of one of the most famous magazine covers of all time, to celebrate the victory over Japan in World War II. And then, of course, you have one of the most brilliant ones, and it's one of the most artistic. They recreate the Last Supper with the superheroes. I love that. Like they're all like in the exact poses, leaning away across the picture. And also the comedian was the shooter on the grassy knoll in this one.
Right. Yes.
Oh, dang. I actually missed that.
But they also recreate the Kennedy assassination in live action. And you could see they practiced it with the way the security guard runs up, or the Secret Service guy runs up on the back, Jackie Onassis reaching back to grab the pieces of Kennedy. Like he goes back. And I've been to that spot. I have been to Dallas. I have taken the tour, and it's a very interesting place. I've seen the book depository. I've seen all the trees and how it's all laid out. And you do go up to that grassy knoll, and there is a wood fence right there. And right behind it are the railroad tracks, where the theory or conspiracy theories, or however you want to classify that, suggests that if someone were to shoot there, they'd have a quick out on these trains. So he's standing at that spot in Dallas, in the real spot where they filmed that. So it is authentic in terms of the environment, the setting. Sorry, I'm gushing over this overture. I didn't know if you guys.
How dare you?
I agree. I know. I wrote down. I noted this specifically, that there's so much work being done during this, and it's a masterpiece. You're talking about not only you said that it was on its way out. It may have even been gone by 2009. I mean, this was something that really came back. I mean, this is the overture without credits was already long gone, like we've talked about, long gone, decades gone. But
the pure overture from Lawrence of Arabia era.
It always surprised me, like when I go to watch a movie from that era again, and I'm like, "What? Oh, right, there's an overture." Okay, I always forget about it.
Well, it's funny. I have to apologize to my kids if I'm I'm like, sorry. In the old days, they did this. They ran the credits first, and then they. And sometimes they're like, and they want to fast forward. I'm like, don't fast forward. They're still telling you stuff. That's
you got to listen to the music. It's setting the tone. It's
yes, it was. But you see that this was a masterful effort in that whole process.
Yeah.
And I was glad that he pretty much filled up the entire long song of that Times They Are A-Changin', right? They didn't cue it to fade out. Like, I think they ran the whole song.
Oh, nice. That is long.
Yeah, the Zapruder. The Vietnam, they show the monk burning. He lit himself on fire. Famous scene. Oh, they show Red Square with the Russian and Castro turning around as the planes fly overhead, which is, I don't know if Castro and the Russian premier were ever at the Red Square together, but it was interesting to see this sort of fantasia of you see all the Red Square in the background, the Russian nuclear missiles on parade, the Russian premier, Fidel Castro smoking a cigar, it's like a fantasia snapshot, of the Cold War allies. The Andy Warhol painting. They have Andy Warhol with Night Owl as his subject.
Oh, yeah.
And there's tinfoil all over his artist studio. I don't know if that was an Andy Warhol thing or if that was something new that they added, but I thought that was a pretty interesting still shot. They show the moon landing with Dr. Manhattan filming it.
Yeah.
Moon landing is there, yes.
Yeah.
And then they changed what the first words were too, I think. Or maybe that wasn't supposed to be changing it what the first words were that he says. Now I'm thinking about it, because that would have been when he was stepping off.
Yeah, I gotcha. Well, and so we pointed out some of the actors in this. I don't know if you guys have seen The Offer. It's a show on Paramount Plus, and it recreates. It's a great show, by the way. If you haven't seen it, see it. It's a great TV series. It's got Miles Teller in it, and it's about the creating of The Godfather. So they dramatize the studio putting together The Godfather, and one of the great roles in this is Matthew Good. he plays Bob Evans, a real Hollywood producer who's like goes unhinged for his wild Hollywood parties. So Matt Good plays, I always forget how to pronounce the word, the corporate guy. Ozzy, I'm killing it. I know everyone in the chat knows.
Ozymandias?
Yeah, he plays that guy. That's who he plays.
Oh, Ozymandias?
Yes, Ozymandias. That's it. Thank you.
I know that because I once had a fish that I named Ozymandias many years ago. A little beta fish.
I like him.
That scene I love in the overture. Yes, the hippie putting the flower in the soldier's rifle, and then the implication that then he blows her away.
Right, which is a spin off Kent State, where troops did fire on students. But in this one, it looks like they're like lined up and they all just blow them, gun them down pretty hard. So it was a pretty hard spin on it, but certainly got its point across.
And then also showing the protests. Oh, sorry, I don't want to get you're saying them in order, but the protests of superheroes, which is interesting because, like, you've got a lot of protests going on in the 60s. But in this case, it's like a different. We've got different social issues than in our actual history, and this is one of them. People saying badges, not capes, or whatever it was that they said.
No, masks. Badges, not masks.
Badges, not masks.
That's
right. So that's like setting up. We're already setting up some of the issues with the superheroes.
In the end, I think they show someone throw a Molotov cocktail in through a window because they're watching TV, I believe. And it says on the TV, Nixon wins third term. So that right there, if you haven't already figured out, we are in an alternate timeline. Nixon won his third term. And they show the guy throw the Molotov cocktail right through the window. And I love the graffiti. Who watches the Watchmen?
Yeah.
I mean, that is a masterclass in setting the stage for your story.
It is. By the way, so flower. So it did strike me, that scene struck me as Kent State as well. But I was like, wait a minute, did that come from Kent State? But the flower power photograph, which was taken from, is from the March on the Pentagon, October 21st, 1967. So that's where the flower. But I thought Kent State too. But maybe it was kind of because it's an alternate history. Maybe it's some kind of blend. But putting the flowers and the rifles was the March on the Pentagon.
Was anyone shot at the March on the Pentagon? Because I know Kent State there were shootings.
Not no, right. There were shootings at Kent State. Yeah, which is what I think because of the shootings. But this was the protest, I believe.
Hey guys, I'll be right back.
Okay. No, I don't think so. Isn't this the one? See, who was resulted in protesters suspended? I don't believe anyone was killed here. Okay. So that's another alternate kind of thing here.
Right. It's fusing that image with the Kent State outcome. It sounds like.
Because who was? Why can't I think of his name right now? McNamara. Yeah, that's right. So I believe that McNamara had said that their rifles were not loaded. So that he said that when they were defending the Pentagon, he said no one was to load their rifles without my explicit permission. And he said I wasn't going to give it. So it must be supposed to be the Pentagon protest because you've got the flower there. And then instead of the guns not being loaded, the guns must have been loaded because they fire on the protesters.
Yeah, I mean, like
in this alternate
firing squad opening all at once.
Right.
So, but that is, I almost feel like after that overture, you could put thin. That it was such a work of art in and of itself, that opening sequence. But it leaves you in this world. And which I would describe, now that you see the integration of history with the fictional story, it's like superhero Forrest Gump mixed with the movie Seven. It's like this really weird mixture of genres here, which I think does create its own special experience in this. Well,
I wrote eerie and haunting. I mean, this movie is eerie and haunting.
Yeah, boy, great. Those are two perfect words to describe it. Yeah, there is a dreamlike quality to it. I think because of the alternate timeline, these are events that we know didn't happen, and yet they feel close to authentic, you know?
So I was going to say, I know that Brianna has got like a psychological breakdown of the different characters. And I did write this down like right here, because we could go scene by scene. I mean, we started off in a very detailed way here, and we can continue to go that way. Scene by scene, that's no problem. But I thought that a psychological analysis of each one of the different superheroes and what each one of them means and is fighting for is really what this movie was about. And that's why it was so compelling about it to me, that you've got all these different characters who are taking very different approaches, well, to having been superheroes or being superheroes, or have different philosophical outlooks of life, and then you're watching them all fight it out in this particular storyline of murder.
Right, in 1985.
Yeah,
there was like this glory days of the 40s, right? It was kind of set up and established in the opening credits there.
Right.
And then there's like the dark days of the 70s, and now we're in the 80s. So we went through this anti-superhero phase, almost like the plot line of The Incredibles, where they kind of, the public legally turns against the vigilantism of superheroes, and now they're kind of forced to take a reduced role. Don't get involved, stay put, and each superhero or supervillain is kind of dealing with it in their own way. So I agree. So Heath, what did you put as like if you had to take a cross section of each of these superheroes, how would you say, what do you think each superhero represents?
Yeah, well, that's right. So we were talking about, Brianna, we were talking about your point that we could go through this scene by scene, and that's fine. But I said that I had written down as a note, which seems like something else you had said, that the psychological analysis of all the different characters, the main characters, the superheroes, seems to be the key point that I think we're supposed to be talking about in a deep way. I think that's where the depth of the movie comes in, as you see these people, their psychological perspectives, their philosophical perspectives clash, and they have to deal with it.
And also,
that's what you had, right?
It's also the fact that the power they have affects them differently. That was one of the things I wrote down, that like each of their individual, powers, in some ways, like some of them, well, for most of them, it's negative. It's, contributing to their character flaws, with the exception of, and I always forget these two, the ones that are kind of like the most heroic, but they're also kind of the least interesting to me. The Daniel, he's the.
You mean Night Owl and
and what was her name?
Silk Spectre.
Silk Spectre.
Thank you. Yeah, I kept missing it. But yeah, but even for them, there's some things to critique. But it's like that was one of the things that I noted. But you go first, Heath. I wasn't trying to steal your time to talk.
Well, no, I was going to. If you wanted to take it, that would be fine. Okay, so let's take them all rather than going through each one of them. Let's talk about them in turn then.
Sure, I like that.
Okay, so the comedian. So let's start with the comedian.
Or should we end with the comedian?
Or should we end with the
because
comedian?
I feel like he dies at the beginning, and all the different characters are kind of interacting with him, and I almost feel like what he means is revealed in that conclusion towards it.
Okay,
all right. But I don't know if maybe you guys don't agree.
Well, I think we could start with him from how he comes across.
Okay.
Because he does, we do get a different idea of him by the end of the movie or the story. Heath, what was your take on? Because I thought, and I'll just say this in one snapshot, but I took each of these superheroes as almost a archetype, almost as a dark take on an American archetype. The corporate guy, the scientist guy. So there's something American, uniquely American about each one of these. And so they resonate with us on that level. And yet none of them are portrayed. They're not even portrayed as evil or terrible. They're just not portrayed glamorously. And there's a certain dark grittiness to these characters that I think has some staying power. So
I actually do want to know which archetype you think each of them are on that note.
Okay. Let's start with Dr. Manhattan then. Let's start with Dr. Manhattan. We'll do give me the others. How about Dr. Manhattan?
Well, I think he is the American scientist, the scientific community, the Oppenheimer, the there was a romance of the Thomas Edisons all these years and everything. And then when you have Oppenheimer, here's a guy who had one of the most genius breakthroughs ever, and yet it's super dangerous. So there's this like and I think that's semi-uniquely American, at least in terms of how it hit the stage in World War II. The American scientist as superpower and as dangerous.
Well, it's also so yes, I like that, but he also becomes very dispassionate. So he has a scientist. He extremes that, like, how do you go from an extreme on a scientific dispassionate scientific analysis of a situation? That's where he ends up with. And it's interesting that you have this godlike character. And so, this is the answer to what do you do with a character like that who could solve everything or do everything,
or almost anything,
or almost anything. But whatever, you have this extremely powerful character, which ordinarily is a major problem in a show because they, either they don't address it, like why he isn't doing something or isn't solving the problem, or overuse of kryptonite like constantly or something like that. But here we give him a psychological flaw. And he completely stops caring because he's so operating on this other level that solving your problem really isn't something he's even thinking about anymore.
Yeah, and because I was one of the things that so Doug was looking at them as American archetypes. I was looking at them in terms of their relationship to power, and I thought his was interesting because he's basically, you're taking that the superpowered character to its extreme, which is also that he's like a god. Which of course they play very strongly off of. And so that also contributes. You can talk about him as a scientist, but also him being like a god, and the fact that he can like see so much, and he's so much about like the world around him in terms of how it's functioning and things like that. That contributes to his perspective being so distant and alien. Because he's just like barely in touch with his own humanity anymore.
Barely.
Just barely. There's like a tiny little thread. And importantly about his perspective is that he kind of sees things simply as they are, and he doesn't give them strong attributes of good or bad. He's just like, this is how things are. This is a conversation that's going to happen. This is, it says something about like a living body and a dead body have the same, molecules or whatever. It's like, he just doesn't, because the things that none of the things he's saying are untrue. But that is what like a non-human would say. Like if
they're heartless in a way.
Yeah, if you were a consciousness that was just existing in the universe, but you weren't a human, you would probably have that perspective. And so I thought that was kind of there's almost a little bit of a commentary on God on there too, of like if you have someone that's like a consciousness but doesn't have like a human emotion, or does he? But that's kind of one of the questions, because like Ozymandias is saying, oh no, he still does have his emotions. I could tell with the subtle, twitches of his face.
Oh yeah.
And I can manipulate him with that.
Right.
Yeah, the dialogue in this is fantastic. And I think it would be fun and very difficult to pencil in dialogue for someone like Dr. Manhattan.
Yes.
How do you capture the perspective of someone who sees past, present, and future simultaneously, who has a human past, but has lost interest in it, really? And I think the dialogue as written in this screenplay for Dr. Manhattan in particular is especially amazing, because you tend to listen every time. I found myself being like, what's he got to say? Like, what's he got to say? I always want to hear Dr. Manhattan, because whatever he said, it wasn't going to be your take. It was going to be a take that you've never heard, or would be so rare that you want to hear it, every drop of it.
I wrote down a bunch of my favorite quotes of his. I want to also mention the fact that it's in the movie, it's not just the quotes, it's also him as an actor. Like the casting decisions on here were so perfect. Especially voice, like the voice of Rorschach and of Dr. Manhattan are really important. Where like for Dr. Manhattan, he's just so, how would you even describe it? Like he's very calm, like that sort of calm disinterestedness is in his delivery as well. It's all very even, like very even keeled, and
almost like a bedside manner.
Yeah, it's kind of soft. Like he kind of sounds like non-threatening in a sense. Like he could even like, just kill a bunch of people and just say it and just with a soft voice, you know, like there's that
He
feeling
does.
of, he does, right? And there's that feeling of like, this is someone who's so powerful that he doesn't need to show it, and he doesn't care about showing it because he doesn't have any need to posture, like he doesn't have like these normal human concerns about like status or pride or anything. He just kind of, this is how things are, and he doesn't have emotions about them for the most part. And that the delivery is really, really emphasizes that so well.
Well, what's interesting is you had mentioned, Brianna, that when you first watched this, like hitting mute, watching the battle, the opening fight scene without any sound or music, and it would be like totally different experience than putting like.
I was actually commenting on the funeral, but yes, that would have.
Okay. Well, I once heard a Buddhist speaking, and they were talking about watching a football game on TV and hitting mute and just watching these guys, tackle each other. He's like, that's football. He goes, but when you unmute it, you hear these guys, oh my God, this guy made a great catch. You have all this other stuff. And he's like, technically, none of that's football. Only the actual activity without any commentary is football. So that always stuck with me. So what you're saying is like Dr. Manhattan, in a way, is like he hits mute on humanity. And he's just observing it. He's not, there's no commentator. There's no color commentator. There's no play-by-play guy. He's out of that business, and we're doing that. And he's like, he's out of that. So he's just not reacting on that level.
That's a really great comparison. He is kind of like someone who's in a constant Zen state.
Yes. Well, and they show him in the Floating Lotus when he's on Mars, which like we mentioned Birdman. Birdman opens with him in that position as well, in the levitated Lotus position. But you're right, Brianna. He is. I was looking at it through one lens of the American archetypes, but there is clearly the God presence that Dr. Manhattan exhibits. And what's weird to me is, even as a viewer, there was multiple times where I was like, "Oh man, this guy is, he's out to lunch, man. He doesn't care." But you never quite turn on him as a viewer. You're still like.
Because there's a little thread of humanity. There's a little bit there.
Well, but you want to believe at least that there's still some care. He cares about us, right? And on the other side, you're in awe of his power. So you never quite treat him as a villain. It's really interesting. And he does a lot of things that are morally reprehensible in this, and you still never quite turn against him. It's a rare fine line to walk as a storyteller.
Dr. Sanhattan has joined the chat.
Oh, look.
Greetings.
Oh, cool.
Greetings to Chili.
He probably already saw this stream in the future.
Well, and Drudenfly says he's probably muted the stream. Robert says Manhattan is clearly the villain. Losing your humanity is not a gift. So that's a very interesting way to look at that. And BGD agrees. I mean,
that's a great take.
Often when you're talking about juxtaposition, scientist and God. Okay, so this is scientist becoming God. We talk about that a lot, that, playing God as scientists and whatever.
Yes,
so this is the idea of science.
Of those two themes, those two archetypes.
Connecting, becoming God. But if that means that you lose your humanity, well, then what does that mean?
I think even totally, Heath, losing your humanity, like when I'm watching him, because when you're watching this movie, you can't help but notice this man has lost a large swath of his humanity. His sense of compassion is gone. And sometimes you feel sorry for him. Other times you despise him. Like, I reacted to him so many different ways while watching it. But that loss of humanity, I think, is one of the keys. But it's almost like a loss of humanity at a godlike level. So
a loss of humanity, but also there's a gain. There's a gain of this, literal immortality. Like, you can't kill him. All these superpowers. So he's like a gain of a deity-like status, but then a loss of the human, a lot of the human aspects of him.
Yeah, in terms of like intelligent existence, he's a black belt, 3rd-degree black belt. We're all like white belts, and we're like, why is this guy? So he's at the super high level, but he doesn't seem to care about us. So there is a really weird inferiority you feel like, or you sense out of being not him. The characters who aren't him.
And another intriguing
embodied by Silk Spectre.
And another intriguing element of him that I just thought of while you were saying that is the fact that he often just walks around completely naked, and it's because, and it's the same thing. It's just he doesn't, like, a human would be ashamed and would want to, like, cover yourself, but he just, like, he doesn't even feel those kinds of emotions. He just is. This is my body. This is what is. He doesn't have, like, values attached to it.
In biblical terms, the first act of Adam and Eve was to become aware of their nakedness and to, kind of cover up. So you're right. I've always kept that in the back of my head that, in fact, it's in the book. What at a certain point when she changes away and does something different with her life, she suddenly is aware of her nudity, whereas she was famous for it, and now she suddenly is against it. So I've been always conscious of that. So that's a great point. He's not concerned with it, so he's beyond human morality. That's another. That's another signal that he has somehow moved beyond human morality.
Well, human emotions mainly, because I would think of the thing that
shame.
Shame is what drives people to wear clothes.
But that's tied into a moral sensibility. Like if I won't even paint the picture. If someone's out there,
right, in the wrong context, you're right. There is a moral aspect.
But you get arrested,
right,
because it's indecent exposure. So there is a morality tied to that. That's inappropriate, or that shouldn't be. He obviously isn't worried about that. I did notice he wore like a black Speedo in one scene.
He does, well, in a few different places, he does put on like a black Speedo. Yes.
Yeah, because he has to for whatever reason. He's like, well, okay, in this situation, people are going to expect me to be close.
Hey, the grandparents are here.
Or I think like when he's in battle, like when he's in battle in Vietnam, he's wearing his black Speedo. And stuff like that. But
like, you imagine probably someone asked him to. Someone was like, "Can you put something on?" He was like, "Okay," and then that's all he puts on. They're like, okay.
"We got to take some pictures here. So we got to have pictures for the news." But when he's at home, when he's working in his laboratory and stuff like that, he's nude. And when he's
he doesn't care,
like, on Mars.
Well, right. And I seem to remember in 2009 there being a little bit of like backlash at him being nude on screen so much, and I remember there was some.
But the movie goes out of its way to be modest as much as it can, which is interesting.
Agreed. I totally agree. But I just remember there being some backlash about the level of like male nudity in this, because it wasn't typical.
No, it's not typical. It's still not typical. I mean,
true. I'd say it's more typical today, but certainly 2009 it was not. So I just remember. I remember there being some backlash on the male nudity there, but I don't think it's even an issue today, and it shouldn't be. It's part of the film. It's part of his character.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Go ahead. No, you go first.
I think that his discussions on Mars were some of the most interesting to me. When you talk about the disconnect from humanity, it's like, okay, what's this planet evolved, and this is what this planet Earth evolved, and here's what's going on it. We developed people, and they're having their different wars and have all of their concerns and stuff. And that's what's happening on this planet. But is that really any different to Mars, where he talks about just geologic changes and topographic changes? Mm-hmm. Here's this planet. It developed this way, and we have topographic changes on it. And he brings up the point.
It's getting along just well, just without even as much of a microorganism. Like, it's like, what?
Yeah, he has great dialogue.
Mm-hmm.
Can I improve this by he says, like, can I improve this by putting on like a high-speed rail or something on Mars? Mm-hmm. But we say yes. Like the human side of this says yes. We've got something here that's human consciousness. And most of us anyway, not all of us, not like antinatalist thought. I mean, there's the other thoughts, but for the most part, we kind of think, yes, that we've got something special here. Saving it is worthwhile. We want to maintain what we have here. And if we export it, we might be the only thing like us in the galaxy. Maybe, maybe not, but maybe. We don't know. Maybe we should treat ourselves as if we are. And it would be good. And it would be good to export to Mars, especially with Elon Musk going on now. We're talking about that a lot now. But that what we have here on Earth would make Mars better if we were to export what is here there.
Right, that there's like a moral goodness about life itself, and specifically consciousness. That's just kind of an assumed thing. As like most people just assume that, just accept that.
Yeah, BGD said,
yes.
I agree.
The reverse allegory of.
Well, and to be fair, I think Brianna said that, not me. I just agreed with it.
Well, you were the one that brought up the garden.
Oh, okay, yeah, the Garden of Eden. That's right. Yeah. So the Garden of that awareness of nakedness as being an impulse of moral humanity rather than animal existence. It was the first one in the Bible. So yeah, when you have a character who is completely unfazed by their nakedness, they have lost something of that moral humanity that we value. Even if we have competing views of what is right and wrong, we all recognize that there's value to some sort of moral reckoning. And he's obviously way beyond that. He's in the black belt level.
Candace says in the comics he wears less and less clothing as time goes on, showing his striking disconnect from humanity.
Interesting.
That's an even better way to portray that, because that becomes an evolution of thought, an evolution of expression in the character. So that's a pretty sophisticated way to do that. And that actually drives that point home.
I have some quotes from him that I want to read.
Oh, please.
That I think are relevant here. Okay. So one of them is like when he's on Mars, he says, "Why would I save a world I no longer have any stake in?" Which is interesting. It's like, again, we would just assume like, yeah, you would save the world. Like that's just like a given moral. But he's like, he's so removed that it's like the extent of his human feelings are just about himself. So it has to, if something matters to him, then he'll pursue it. But if he doesn't have that sense of like, compassion and empathy for others, it's just I don't have any stake in this.
That's a great line.
Yeah. So I wrote here, he's like a god. He has the power to do almost anything he wants, but being like a god in his case also makes him distant. He can save the world. He just doesn't care, which is such an interesting, it's like, I don't think I've seen that particular take on this, on the, super mega powered character anywhere else, where it's like, they could do anything. Usually it's like we see someone who they're super powered and they use it to do good, or they use it to do evil. And he's just like he doesn't care about doing either. And it's like, whoa.
Yeah.
It's kind of shocking at first.
Sorry, BGD said the most ridiculous thing.
Black Speedo sales went up by 44% in 2009.
Sorry, I try not to react too much when I look into the chat, but that one hit me pretty funny.
Oh yeah, I have some more of his. So when he starts to care, this is kind of getting into the ending stuff, but I'll just leave it. What's related to him? He's starting to care again a little bit, and when he does, he starts to behave like a different kind of God. He starts to behave more like an Old Testament God, more like
interventionist.
Right. And so there's that moment where he says, I'm disappointed in you, Adrian. And you look up, and then he's this massive, massive version of himself, very disappointed. And he comes in, to punish him. So he's coming in like you've done wrong. Yes. And then I thought this going back into another example of him kind of accepting things as they are, not applying any value onto them. Where he's asking, Ozymandias asks him, he's like, you understand, don't you, about why he's made this decision at the end.
Yes. And
he says, without condoning or condemning, I understand. Without condemning or condoning. So it's just such an interesting way to think.
It's like pure neutral.
Pure neutral, right? As neutral as it can be. And he says, I can change almost anything, but not human nature. Which I thought was a really interesting line, because it doesn't seem to flow in the moment. Like he says that in response to Rorschach. Rorschach tells him, if you'd cared from the start, none of this would have happened. And then that's his response is, I can change almost anything, but not human nature. And I really just didn't think about that, because like, what exactly is he communicating? Like, I'm curious to know what you guys think about that moment.
What's weird is
kind of a mystery line.
He did change his human nature.
Mm-hmm.
So the person who speaks the line is the person whose human nature changed the most dramatically, to the point of it being, like I think you said, barely there. So I get what he means. Like, I think I do believe human nature is a constant in the world. I do. That's why you could tell a story from the 6th century and the characters, without using any modern language or but behave in a way that is consistent with how you would be. Okay. They're just like us, so I do think there's a truth to that, but it's funny that except in this movie and except with this character, and he's the one who says it,
Well, that's what I think. Sable says
Hmm.
that line simply means if I had cared, we still would have ended up here.
Ah, okay, that's a good note. If I'd cared, we still would have been better. Okay,
or
that's
just
helpful because I was trying to be like, what is he implying? That makes sense.
Or to piggyback that, whether I care or not, we'll be here at some point anyway. Even if I stop the world from blowing up, you think it's not going to be in the same situation 20 years from now or 20 years from now? Like doesn't matter if I care. Like I think that may also be an interpretation.
Yeah, that's interesting. And then another one that's not something that he said, but was something that was said about him that kind of wrapped up him, like him as a god kind of a theme, was so they're talking about like, I forgot a name again, Silk Spectre.
Yeah.
And Night
Spectre.
Owl. Was that their name? Okay. What was the real name? Like he's Daniel, I think.
Sally Jupiter.
Sally and Daniel. Okay. So they were talking about it and like, is this piece gonna last kind of a thing? And then he said, as long as people think John, I love the fact that his name is John. It's like the most common sounding name possible. Yeah. As long as people think John is still watching us, we'll all be all right in the end. So, which is interesting because basically at that moment, what Ozymandias has done is he's turned him into God in another sense, not in the sense that he's physiologically like he has these powers of a deity, but the sense that now people, normal humans, are interacting with the idea of him as they and throughout history have interacted with the idea of gods, and specifically like the Old Testament style God, someone that's going to come and punish you if you do wrong.
Right.
And so
watching for destruction. Right.
Right. So they've turned him into the moral giving type God. And so there's this myth about him, which isn't true because of course he didn't actually kill all those people. But that story is now going to keep humanity in check and in fear. I was like, whoa.
That's very interesting.
I think it's an excellent point. Yes, he turned that, not watching in a good way, watching in a bad way.
Right.
As long as he thinks that he's out there, couldn't destroy us at any moment, people will get in line.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right, and that's carried a lot through the film. This idea that America always wins because of Dr. Manhattan. Like it's in fact, they make a couple comments like Dr. Manhattan's growing detachment is what's destabilizing the world because now the Soviets are active. They're, they went into Afghanistan now because Dr. Manhattan's not really minding the post anymore. And, that goes back to one of my beliefs and this doesn't take away anything about the God motifs we're talking about. That is all squarely there. But on the other side, the American archetype, what a scene. They play Flight of the Valkyries, which is already iconic in the Apocalypse Now. The American film used to great effect. It shows all the American helicopters coming in Apocalypse Now. They play Flight of the Valkyries. It's one of the iconic cinematic moments in American history. It redefined Flight of the Valkyries from a Germanic orchestral piece to now it's part of American lore. And here it's reused. And I would argue that Zack Snyder reintroduced this in a way that our generation now got blown away by. They showed Dr. Manhattan kind of coming up over the horizon, just aiming his finger and you see the American helicopters coming up behind him. And he's just vaporizing like Vietnamese insurgents or farmers. We don't know. You can't really tell. This music is playing at a fever pitch. And the imagery on screen is absolutely that Fantasia element again of reality, total fantasy with this iconic American / it's Germanic, but an Americanized version of it in the Vietnam context. That's an American archetypal sound. When you see Vietnam helicopters and you hear Flight of the Valkyries and you see a jungle landscape, the American mind is immediately captured into that moment. Here they elevate that again with Dr. Manhattan, and he changes the outcome of the war. It's clearly burnt, especially when I was growing up. I grew up, I'm a little older. The Soviet Union was still out there for a long time when I was growing up. And the Vietnam was kind of the fresh shame of America. There was no positive discussions on it. All the movies were negative takes on it. Like it was all negative, and there was this terrible shame about it. So That's lodged in the American psyche. Anytime you bring up Vietnam or you're going to portray it onto a screen, there's a certain American response to that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's here it is, Dr. Manhattan reversing all of that in essence in this comic book alternate history.
And then the comedian also, he says something about like how if we had lost this war, I think we would have gone crazy or something like that. We would have gone a little insane. I was like, oh,
great.
okay.
That's a meta line. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Incredible line. And then there's also that scene talking about the detachment and moral ambiguity or moral non-issue with Dr. Manhattan. The Vietnamese woman shows up pregnant at the bar in Saigon, and they're celebrating. We won the war. And he shoots her. The comedian, he shoots her. He murders her in the bar, which is a pretty horrific thing. It was actually pretty horrific rewatch. I was like, oh my God, I almost forgot that this happened. And he's like, you could have stopped this. And Dr. Manhattan is like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, because he like steps in. He's like, no, don't. But it's like, you could have made it not happen.
Yeah.
But he's just getting so distant that, yeah.
Yeah, and he doesn't even react when he's reminded, this is on you. He tried to blame him. Like,
for the fact that he just committed murder, right?
Yeah, and he doesn't even care even on that point. He's like, huh, yeah.
I think it's interesting. So, James, I'm bringing up your quote right now, that we have this association between two things which are often juxtaposed, the scientist and God. Okay, well, what two things would give America its power? First is science. So through science, America can be powerful. So that's one thing. And then also through God. If God is on our side, then America can also be powerful. And this
what's Oppenheimer's famous quote? He quotes a Hindu god. I am become death. That's a
destroyer of worlds.
I think it's a goddess. I am become death, a destroyer of worlds, which is a weird phrasing that absolutely sticks in our heads. So Oppenheimer, who is probably the most like Dr. Manhattan in terms of his scientific role, quoting God. So that's an interesting point, Heath. You've got that same thing in this era with Oppenheimer. And now, translating that over to the Dr. Manhattan.
I love the note that those are things that are often contrasted in like American culture, and that he's a character that embodies both.
He embodies both.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why we're so amazed by him. He's pretty iconic. He chews up the scene when he's on there. You listen. He's blue. He glows. So he's a pretty unique character. In comic books, in cinema, like there's not really a lot of characters you could say, oh, this guy reminds me of Dr. Manhattan,
right. So science creates God, which is also a thematic. We often talk about that science creating God. We absolutely do. We absolutely do. But James said the quote that's in the movie is, I didn't say that Superman exists and he's American. What I said was God exists and he's American. If that statement starts to chill you after a couple of momentsable, then don't be alarmed. A feeling of intense and crushing religious terror at the concept indicates only that you are still sane. But Sable says that the line is actually the Superman exists and he's an American. But then the "and" is missing in the God exists version. So so it's I didn't say Superman exists and he's an American. What I said was God exists
and he's American.
And he's American.
Wow. That's a slightly different connotation. Yeah,
that is. Yeah, man, words, like the more you start getting when you're like, and everyone on this panel knows, and probably everyone in the chat, when you become a writer, you get real sensitive to single words like that, down to like which version of a word you're going to use and everything. So that is a subtle but important difference.
And then to bring us back to what the sort of commentary is on superheroes, I guess, we've pretty much already covered this, but it's just to kind of emphasize it, because each of these characters is there's a critique that comes with them, and with him, it's that sense that, okay, you have this super powered character, and why would you assume that just because this person has all this power that they're going to use that to like save you when like they could, they they might be self-interested. They might go and do whatever they want. They could harm you too, or they just will go and create their own world somewhere else. Oh, that was another thing. That was one of his quotes. I don't know, why did I miss that? Oh, yeah, he says, I'm leaving this galaxy at the end. He's like, I'm leaving this galaxy for one a little less complicated. And she was like, I thought you cared about life again. And he's like, I do. I think maybe I'll create some.
Right. So, creating more chaos.
What's that?
It's creating more chaos.
Hey, Retro Nerd Girl just got here. Yay.
But yeah, by creating life, you would create more chaos.
Yeah, you would think, right?
But then perhaps if he thinks that he's going to do it, I mean, it's not. It doesn't go as far as implying this, but it could be that he's if he's going to do it his own way, and maybe it'll be, if it gets too complicated, maybe he'll destroy it and start again. He just he's disinterested.
Or it's like my son. He'll draw this huge picture. He's totally locked in on it, and the next minute he could care less. You could throw it out, Dad. Maybe he'll start a new universe, try some, try his hand at life. And then if he loses interest, then so be it.
Yeah. Because he can go wherever he wants. So it's not like it's going to harm him.
What did you think about Brianna? For whatever reason, I wanted to hear you. What did you think about it's, so they portray Dr. Manhattan as detached from humanity.
Yeah.
What was very interesting to me is they try to drive this. So there's this massive philosophical level that we're engaged at. Mm-hmm. And then they also bring it down to this, like, he's detached with his girlfriend. Like she's talking to him and he's like not in, or they're like trying to mess around and he's like not in the room. He's got like his clones doing it. And she's like, what? God damn it. Every time, and it was such a mundane type of argument between like a boyfriend and a girlfriend. And I was like, that's interesting. They're kind of tying in his mental detachment into this like real white belt level issue again. I thought that was pretty clever, actually. It was another way to engage that.
I think it also implies that there is still something in him that thinks he should have humanity.
Well,
because that's what she represents for him, is like a way to anchor him. And so even though he is detached, there's some part of him that thinks I shouldn't be. So there is a little bit of something moral there that's implied, that he's not completely gone.
Well, there's a line in the film where
Rogue Thinker says, last chance.
Yeah.
And she does. She's the one, after that exile on Mars, her unlikely existence is what shocks Dr. Manhattan into appreciating something that he's like, you're the least likely person to be born on the planet. And yet here you are. And that blew his mind. That blew Dr. Manhattan's mind and kind of jarred him out of his meditative distance on Mars or exile or whatever you want to call it. But there's a line where I think she's talking to Night Owl and she's like, yeah, he just pretends that he cares. And I think Night Owl says something like, well, if he's still pretending, then that's proof he still cares, which I think is what you were saying, Brianna. I think. Yeah.
And then for him to, and that's important because, earlier on, he doesn't see a difference between something that's alive and something that isn't. And so with her, he realizes, oh, there's actually something really amazing about something being alive, that life itself is there's value in it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's the life thing there, I think comes back because I was going to bring up a point when I was talking about now we just have topographic change or whatever else, but we could have also in the universe, we can have stars going supernova and something that's like Mars that just has topographic change on it, just being obliterated and and going away. And like, do you step in and save that? Or is that just, that star went supernova and blew away that planet and that's just what happened? That's the perspective that he's got to Earth. But then it's life. It's something. It's something that he realizes there's something unique.
Yeah. That if there was a planet with life, maybe that would be worth paying attention to. Yeah.
Sable Phoenix with his Jurassic Park life finds a way with Jeff Goldblum. Well, not only that life is unique and special, but also her life to him. That ultimately. It's not that like he's looking at his life as judging all of humanity as an aggregate thing as an aggregate thing, you almost can't care about it. But narrowed down to the individual, her, Silk Spectre, to me, like, not only are you a miracle being here, your relationship to me is of value. And that the way it's portrayed in the movie, that realization kind of blows his mind a little bit and really brings him back from our perspective. It's weird. You almost have to measure it from his perspective versus yours. Is he getting distracted again?
All right.
Those are all the things I had for him.
I thought that was great.
Yeah.
Well, and he's one of the most dynamic characters, and I think we touched on it. One of the most unique.
Well, which character we want to do next?
How about Ozymandias?
Well, oh, sure.
You want to do him next? All right.
I didn't write as much. Let's see.
All right.
I have all my notes because I was just writing them as I was watching it, and then I went and color coordinated them by character. So it'd be easier to jump around like this.
Well, I think
you go first. Talk about the American archetype.
Well, I think mine's even the simpler. I think of from looking at it through the American archetypes. I think it's important because I think this appeals mostly to the American experience. I think that's why I'm framing it like this. And so Ozymandias, I think he represents the American archetype of the industrialist, the tycoon, the business mogul. You see him, he's very polished. He's got some star power and celebrity to him.
Celebrity as well. Yeah.
Yes. He's successful. And I even noticed in the background, you see the World Trade Towers. Always kind of a heart. It always gets me when I see the World Trade Towers depicted in film. And this was only 8 years after it happened, so this was much more recent. But, he's depicted, he's, I think, seen for the first time, really, not including the opening battle, in his business office, really high above New York. He's looking down on the World Trade Towers. He's way up there. He's a business tycoon. He's being interviewed. His opinion matters to people. I think they suggested he creates he made an empire of creating collectibles and superheroes and stuff like that.
And all of his action figures of himself.
Yeah. I mean, brilliant, right? So I think from the American archetype, being part of the American experience, that's who he represents as the superhero version. Here's this thing that we value in America to greater or lesser degrees. And here he is embodied as a single person, as a superhero.
I like the business side, that technological industrial side, because he's certainly allied with science, because he's allied with Dr. Manhattan.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah.
But he's using it for business and industrial purposes.
Right. Yeah. He's interesting because at first I was trying to figure out what his relationship to power was, and it wasn't quite right. At first I was like, is he corrupted by his power? Because he's he's become this kind of the worst archetype of this, super wealthy business guy. And I don't think that was exactly correct. It's more that what's that?
Corrupt.
Yeah, I mean, he is corrupt, but it's more precise than that. It's the fact that he wants to. He's a hyper idealist. So he's an ends justify the means vigilante, right? Because these are all vigilantes. These are all people that are outside of the law in some way or another, and or think of themselves being above it. And so for him, I think his belief is basically, and he even goes out and says it. He's like, the world can be saved with the right leadership. Right. So he's talking about things like, he wants to use technology and wealth for good. In his mind, he's doing this for good. He has this sense of, he doesn't have the cold apathy of Dr. Manhattan. He has this sense of I am going to save the world. I am going to make it better. I'm going to fix its problems. I am going to do this. He has this very inflated sense of his ego. He wants to end war forever. He wants to make resources infinite. So that's a different kind of hero. He's a self-proclaimed hero, but he thinks anything is worthwhile to get there, which that is a common conclusion, I think, anyone that believes in a utopia and has the power to try to achieve it will be like, oh, okay, if some millions starve to create a new society, that's okay if we're going to get to perfection. And so he seems to be kind of an embodiment of that sort of way of thinking.
Yeah, Joseph Stalin obviously famously said, you can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs. So that quote has definitely gone on to live past to that philosophy, this idea that, hey, we're going to build a utopia. If it costs a billion lives, but save 6 billion, we're making some progress. It's like, well, whoa, hold on. Are we sure that's the only option?
Right. I think that's what I wrote down. It's like, this is like a false binary. I'm like,
yeah. Well, and James Bacon, I think, is right. Tony Stark is another comparable superhero that captures that American archetype, the semi-celebrity dynamic entrepreneur who is solving world problems and yet maybe causing others. So there's that dichotomy there.
Well, yes. So he is going to show you like how could you kill an innocent? Well, or in the pursuit of people who are guilty, or in this case, to save more lives. Like, how does that make sense? Well, see, he's showing that to you, and that's why when I think of corruption, I think of something a little bit different when we've been saying that word. Excuse me, because it's not like his thinking isn't logical. Like his thinking isn't corrupted, and there's something wrong with it, like corroded. There's something straightforward about this, and that this could be a logical conclusion.
Well, it's logical, but it's morally questionable, and so that's
like Thanos, right?
Yeah, he's like a Thanos. Yeah.
The difference I would say between him and Thanos, as portrayed in each of their respective stories, Thanos makes a case that we need to eliminate half of all life to prevent basically universal overcrowding. It was a threat that seemed to be futuristic, like it's going to happen down the road. I might as well get ahead of it. No one has the balls to do it. That was Thanos's pitch. In this story, as portrayed, nuclear war is imminent. And so his theory is, if I do this and I do a terrible thing and it costs certain lives, but it prevents the annihilation of the human race, then have I not, and something more imminent, not down the road, something that's happening now, have I not done something good?
Which is what Candace is asking.
Right. Have I not done something? Would it have been better? So now this argument comes up a lot. In World War II, the United States forces were looking at an invasion of the Japanese homeland. They were considering what they had done with all the other islands. You would have to do an amphibious landing and storm the beaches, and you'd have to take that island, and you'd have to deal with all the ground forces waiting for you in underground holes and trees, all booby traps, all sorts of stuff. And when they asked, how many Marines is it going to take for us to invade an island as large as Japan? And the answer was 1 million. It was going to take 1 million U.S. troops. And they said the casualties would have been catastrophic. And so they're like, well, shouldn't we just drop the nuclear bombs at this point then? Should we drop the nuclear bomb? The war is over next Tuesday. Or do we go ahead and get the 1 million troops and go ahead with this amphibious landing and do this the long way, lose all these American lives, and have them surrender next year on Friday? What's moral? Like those kind of questions you find yourself in these sort of, confrontations. So this is a similar argument. Should we go through the catastrophic event at great cost of human life, possibly its extinction, or should I kill several million in order to avert that outcome?
I hadn't thought about that as the same moral argument of
similar.
Basically. That's interesting, and that also further grounds that in real life, because it's like, well, these are real questions that people have asked before, and will ask
this is
again.
about to happen. Can I stop it?
Yeah, can I stop it? And I think it's interesting that he, like at the end when was it? I don't know. I keep Night Owl, right? Night Owl. He comes and he's like, what have you done? He's like beating him up, and he doesn't defend himself at that point. He's just like, all right, because he's kind of taking it. He's like, I'm willing to take the the moral burden of this, and he's like, I forced myself to see the faces of everyone who died, and like he's just like, I'm going to take this burden on, and like that's his way of seeing it is that it's almost like I know this is morally tainted, but it is for the ultimate good. So I'm going to do it. And he doesn't deny the fact that it's, he doesn't deny the reprehensible aspects of it, which also makes him such an intriguing character.
Well, and him and Dr. Manhattan end up kind of seeing eye to eye, which is telling you a little bit about where Ozymandias went, where his mind's at. He had to kind of detach himself from humanity in order to save it. But at least the one difference between the two is that you get the sense that Ozymandias, he was at least, he never lost investment in Earth. He did care whether it made it or not.
He cared. He was just willing to do even horrible, he was willing to do the horrific things in order to save it. So that's another weird take on a superhero, because he is still wanting to save the world, but he's willing to do terrible things. You're like, huh?
Yeah.
And,
So Dr. Manhattan is not willing to do anything to prevent great catastrophe, whereas Ozymandias is the opposite. He's willing to.
Is it Ozymandias or Ozymandias? I always thought it was Ozymandias, but maybe
I forget which ones you guys said. Ozymandias. Ozymandias.
That's what I've always thought it to be, but I don't know if I have the right one. If I have the right, I'm gonna look it up real quick.
But anyway, he's the opposite. He's the opposite. He's going to be very engaged in what
very engaged.
John says that we may have that motive. The breaking a few eggs to make omelets may have.
Thanks for looking that up. I know that he's credited with it. And a lot of times that's the case. Even someone who's credited with it, you find out that there's that this phrase or this event or whatever has a bigger life than you thought.
Yeah. So TSL Frutman says massive trolley problem. What do you do? So that's what was confronted here. And so that's what. Wait, how do we say his name? We can say his name, Ozymandias.
Yeah, I was just looking it up. I think it might even be Ozymandias. Really? I just looked it up and I had Ozymandias. Hold on.
Okay.
Ozymandias. Okay, so yes, right. They're fighting the trolley problem. And maybe we should have even made that more explicit that this is about to happen, and this was Ozzy's solution.
Well, my theory is that, and I don't know, perhaps anyone in the chat who knows, that the ultimate cut, my suspicion is both the director's cut and the ultimate cut, which I think is over 4 hours. I bet it adds a lot in the back half of this, because I felt like it was moving at a structured pace, and then all of a sudden it was like, it just went straight to this, it rushed through a lot of these things near the end. So I think that's why we feel, in retrospect, some sense of they should have been more explicit. They could have driven this point home more. They might have. I'm really curious to watch that ultimate cut to see if they did more on it. Osmond coming.
Well, Retro Dirt Girl says, in a strange way, Ozzy was right, but it's a sickening thought.
It's not one that you walk away and go, oh, he was right. And you can't walk away saying, oh, he's the villain. He was. It leaves you in this in the worst moral ambiguity that you don't want to be in the middle of this moral battle.
But which is why I think this movie is so good, because I think this is what we're supposed to be thinking about as we watch this movie. These are the kinds of questions that this movie is presenting us about, and why I ended up really like it.
I have the absolute and certain pronunciation. Ozymandias. So it's O, not A. Ozymandias.
Ozymandias.
Yes.
Ozymandias. Okay.
So Ozzy like cozy, not Ozzy like Osborne.
Ozymandias. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to try to remember that.
Oh, that was the Greek name for the Pharaoh Ramesses II. Oh, I did not recognize that.
Oh, yeah. He's
an
Egyptian enthusiast.
Oh, yeah. He sure is.
And I have to say, I did like the Egyptian artifacts and monuments in that Arctic setting. I thought it was really cool.
Yeah. Not where you would expect to see it.
Yeah, well, I think Predator, I think Aliens versus Predator mess with this. I've always wanted to see a really good, there's that theory that in Pangea, there's, the Antarctic was this lush paradise, and there could be civilization trapped under the. So I would love to see it portrayed. This gave us a glimpse of that, but I got the sense that Ozymandias kind of stripped Egypt of these monuments and relocated them there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I saw something else I wrote, another archetype. He's also an emperor, and he even calls himself that because like the modern day equivalent to an emperor is usually going to be, like financial empires are the empires of the modern day.
Oh yeah, he does have that dialogue.
Yeah. He's like the only person I can relate to is Alexander the Great. Like,
right.
So just another note there.
That's right. Which the famous line there is Alexander got to the end of his empire and wept, for there was nothing left to conquer. So, even hearkening the name and likening it to yourself is to suggest that you've reached your limit, which is a theme.
Or that you won't stop until you do.
Well, yes. But there's another line that kind of reminds me of that. And it's one of the best lines of the movie. It always hits me. It's where Night Owl is talking to the comedian. Comedian just like opened a freaking shotgun on the crowd and just blowing them away. And he's like, "What happened to us, man?" And he's like, "What happened to the American dream?" And he's like, "What happened to the American dream?" He goes, "It came true. You're looking at it." And I was like, wow, what a line. Man, what's wrong? What happened to us? What happened to America? What happened to the American dream? Came true, meaning like Alexander, you have come to that point where you came to the end. And Heath and I have talked about this a lot in Star Trek VI, the idea of the end of history, the idea of attaining all of your goals and not knowing what to do next, kind of hitting a limit. And there's a fear there because is this the end? Is this it? Is this where you disintegrate now? And, so it's echoed in that line by Night Owl. And then it's mentioned again by Ozymandias. I'm test driving and I got to get reprogrammed.
This is me having to reprogram too, because I've been saying it wrong for since high school.
You had a pet?
I had a pet, yeah. And I got that name from literature class. So I must have had the wrong pronunciation from my high school literature teacher.
We'll have to bring her on the show and discuss this.
Wonder what she's up to these days.
Well, that's pretty cool. But yeah, it's interesting, this idea of reaching a limit, the end of personal history, not the end of history per se, but like the end of your limits. You've achieved all that can be achievable. And now, now that I think about it, Heath, that's also echoed in Star Trek 1. Learn all that is learnable. Is there nothing more? God, that keeps coming up. And it's weird because it's almost an unanswerable question,
That's addressing. There's one of my novels I want to write in this soon future. It has that element in there.
It does?
Yeah, I want to do, well, it's off topic, but that's why I'm smiling, because I'm just thinking about that. Or someone where you have a character that, achieves everything, and then it's like, oh, and this is not satisfying. Now what?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, and that sounds similar almost to City of Reckoning, where you think you're going one way and you have to change course almost, right?
Well, no, I don't know. That one deals with different themes, but yeah.
Okay.
Is there anything else we need to say about Ozzy?
One more. This is not really about his character. It's just a great meta moment of the story in general, where Alan Moore is just like poking fun a little bit at his medium. Where he does this whole big speech. It's a very classic moment of telling him their plans and everything. And they're like, yeah, well, we can't let you do that. And he says, I am not a comic book villain. Did you see?
Yeah.
He's like, and he's, in his fancier way of saying it, he's like, did you seriously think I would tell you all this if there was any chance you could stop me? He's like, I did it 32 minutes ago or whatever. But I just love that I am not a comic book villain. Technically, yes, he is on a meta level. So it's just kind of it's a subversion of the trope, but it's kind of doing it with a wink at the audience,
Totally.
Yeah, I
You're
love
completely
that.
right. I wrote
so
that
much.
down too.
Yeah.
And I love that because you're not expecting that. You're always
No.
expecting the heroes to win.
Yeah.
And then here it gives you that trope and completely inverts it. That no, you're here. Yes, I explained it, but yeah, do you think I would have told my master stroke if there was the slightest chance you could stop me? I did it. I think it was wasn't it 35 minutes ago?
It maybe it's different in this comic, but yeah,
yeah, it's done. It's done. I win.
and so that just
You
hit.
see the
And he does.
explosions.
It's part of why the ending of this story hits so hard, because it's completely not the emotion you're expecting to have in a superhero story. And it's like devastating, but also delightful at the same time, because it's such a, I don't know, the surprise is, it's not one that feels like oh, I've been cheated. It's just like, oh, I've been genuinely surprised.
Well, and to what we were saying earlier, as the viewer, you're like, okay, they're about to stop the villain.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a comic book villain. I actually succeed. And then he succeeds, and you're like, oh, the villain won. Then he makes his case. You're like, wait, was he a villain?
Yeah, like I kind of like, yeah.
So yeah, you're
why I
right. You
think
kind of
the
go
movie's
through that
so great.
range there.
What was it? You guys just spoke at the same time.
What'd you say?
Oh, I said that's where I think this movie is so great. The themes that it deals with, the way it addresses them, the way that it arrives at the end,
Mm-hmm.
You don't see done.
Correct.
And
it's really hard. Like, for example, when you talk to people, let's say we're talking about the Marvel universe and we're discussing Thanos, you will have a lot of people say, Thanos makes a case. I'm not saying it's the winning case, but he makes a decent case for why he did it. But he's still the villain at the end. You still are cheering against Thanos all the way. Not true here. This one gets sticky.
Yeah, and that's part of what I just love so much in storytelling when this is done with characters where you have that was a weird sentence. This is what I love so much about this story and the storytelling principles that I love, is that you have all these different characters and they are fully developed. Again, when we get to the other two of them, I feel like they're not as developed as they could be. But for all the most interesting characters in here, all have a full perspective and they make their moral argument. And yes. There isn't a clear sense of this is the character that has the right answer. It's like the story asks you a question, then lets you as an audience and try to come to an answer. I actually feel like this is a good point to talk about the smiley face. Shall I go ahead and do it?
Okay.
Yes.
Sure. So because basically at the end, it's you're left asking, okay, so we do have this ideal future, right? Because that's kind of how it ends. It ends with like, oh wow, there's peace, and to the point where newspapers don't even know what to write about anymore. But it's like, but there's this like sickening aspect. There's like peace, but like at such a cost. And so you're left wondering, like, was it really worth it? Were all the worst people in the story right? Like, like there could have been other solutions to manufacture some other sort of enemy, blah, blah, blah. And so I think that is what the smiley face is. It's like the smile is we've got it. We won, we have peace, but there's blood on it because we got to utopia, but at a significant blood sacrifice.
Oh.
So it's like everyone's happy, but a whole millions of people were murdered. So should I be happy about this?
Should we be celebrating that?
Yeah. That's what I think it means.
I think that's great. Like that. In Judaism, Mazel tov, you step on the glass in the wrapped in the cloth. The reason that's done is because it's done at a wedding. At a happy moment, and the symbolism of it is to remind even the bride and the groom, despite the utopianness of this moment, bad things happen. So the stomping on the glass is actually remind, knocking over something, just something breaking, something not good happening. It's a reminder that here's something not good even in this moment, and it's ritualized to do something bad in this moment as a reminder that enjoy it, because things are going to get stickier and stickier. But I think to me that rings very true. This idea that here's the happy face, here's the utopian ideal, splat.
Yeah.
There's also the reminder that there's this other thing there as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The themes really good that we deal with, these kinds of themes, which I like, which is why I appreciate this movie so much. This movie also couples it with extreme graphic violence.
It does.
So that's probably one reason. Well, no, I know it's one reason why I personally don't recommend the movie to certain people, because it is such a graphically violent movie. Even though I think that it's extremely well done as far as its themes and all of that, this movie doesn't turn away from that, and might even be regarded as celebratory of some of that violence.
Glorifying.
I have a note on that.
Of the violence. Okay.
Yeah. Wait. You keep talking. I got to go find it.
Well, so I don't see. So it doesn't seem like this movie is talked about all that much. It could be because, like, in the general circles of my families and friends and things like that, and I know that in the greater circle who might be more into the comic books and things, or the graphic novels and all of that, they'll talk about changes to the storyline and all of that. But also, this one is a very different, is a very difficult movie to watch.
Oh my God, yeah.
Also sexually violent. Yes. So, it makes me think that.
Wait, and by the way, that's one of my critiques of the movie is I did not like how that sexual assault scene was filmed. That's not how you film a sexual assault scene. It kind of eroticized it. Like, it felt like it was not enough from her perspective. So yeah, not too strongly, but I would have filmed that differently.
Interesting.
Yeah, it felt.
I thought it was pretty violent. I didn't think.
I mean, it was disturbing, but it was just like.
I didn't think it was erotic.
Yeah, my take.
I was a little bit. There were just some moments. Like there were some shots. I'm like, I don't want that.
What shots? And by the way, I'm not saying this to like pepper you with combative questions or anything like that. Like,
no,
my take was that he was so violent with her that it was almost like brute force, and it was kind of gross, like it was disgusting. Like,
it was all.
Like, I didn't take it as like erotic. Like, so I was just wondering, like,
I wonder, like, why we're taking our time to show her slowly taking off her clothes, and like when he's got her bent over, we see him like stroking her back. Like, there are moments like that where I'm like, this just feels like we're being sexual, and I don't think it's appropriate for this moment, because what I want to see is her being vulnerable, which it does. I mean, all that is there. It's not that it should be completely different. It's more that there are some things that I felt like could be taken out, and just a little bit more from like her perspective. This is kind of like a nitpicky camera critique thing.
Okay.
That I've seen those there's a movie that I recommended in a previous live stream that does this very well, and it's even more difficult to watch. But what was it called? I recommended it to you specifically, Doug, because it had some Heron's Labyrinth tropes. It's same director that did the Babadook.
Oh yeah, I've seen the Babadook.
The Nightingale. So the Nightingale, I feel like, is an example of kind of what I'm talking about, like of how I would prefer to see that. But not to say that was completely off. Are
you talking maybe about how, like, the opening salvo where she's undressing and he comes in and it looks almost like maybe they're into each other, and then it goes this other way? Because I took that as a subversion of your expectations. Like, here's the noir moment, and then all of a sudden it takes this dark turn, and this guy, and dude, he hits her in the stomach.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Like, he jacks her in the stomach. That's not glorifying anything.
No, I don't think
it's knocked out of her. And I was like, oh shit. Like, this guy's.
I honestly don't think the things I'm critiquing are intentional. I think it's just one of those things.
Guy world creeping in.
Yeah. Or sometimes I don't want this to sound misandrous. It's not. It's just like sometimes it's a sort of unthinking like habits of filming a woman, especially that a lot of like male directors and cinematographers will have, especially if she's undressing or something like that, where it's like, I just in the context of sexual assault, I want to like be really, really thoughtful and careful about.
Absolutely. Well,
yeah, I mean, tell you, like, it's a subtle kind of a thing that I'm critiquing.
So I've written I've written different scenes, some of them sensitive, like there's a wide spectrum,
right? And
there are moments that I didn't just write this in a vacuum. The reason I think it did well is because I didn't just write it in a vacuum. If I did, I probably would have not only made some of those mistakes, probably a lot of them so there were things that were pointed out to me, and I realized completely blind. Like I would not have thought of that. I would not have known certain things. So I was given the chance, because I discussed things so much, that I could go back and fix, I guess you could say, or adjust the scene to be a little bit more accurate, or even more benign scenes. Even more benign scenes, I had drawn attention to certain this or that, and specifically women would tell me like, hey, is this really how a neutral narrator would see it, or is this how a male narrator would see it? And I would have to ask myself, I'd be like, a neutral narrator would not think of that. A male narrator would. So,
yeah, and there's nothing inherently wrong with that, of course. I don't say that's what I'm saying. This isn't a critique of like how men want to film or anything. It's just like sometimes you got to be like in this context.
I'm trying to back you up. I'm trying to say that there is. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the male perspective either. I'm saying that sometimes, especially with sensitive issues, you have to ask those questions.
Yeah.
Are you looking at this from the male point of view? Are you looking at it from a male point of view who doesn't worry about the thing that you're writing about or filming? Are you true neutral, or are you female, or like which way are you going to portray this? You have to ask those questions, and I think if you answer it correctly and then portray it correctly, you'll do something in your art that will have an impact. And I think that's what artists should be aiming for most anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
Candace says, but then later she goes back and voluntarily sleeps with him, which is when she gets pregnant. The comic implies they're both sexually deviant. The movie doesn't touch on that aspect much at all. Sexual perversion and deviancy are a much bigger subtext in the comic than in the novel, in the movie.
Oh, interesting. Interesting, Candace. Brianna and I just spoke, I think, a day or two ago, or at least texted, and I went out and bought the comic because
yeah, I need to get it.
I want to read this comic because rewatching this movie completely reinvigorated my interest in these characters and this world. So I want to go to the source material and experience that. So interesting you say that, because you're right. I thought that the film may not have handled the fact that she ended up willingly sleeping with this man later, which is unusual given that circumstance for sure. And I don't think I personally didn't think I don't think they did enough to really cross that bridge. However, I will say that the dramatic impact of it still had some power in the story.
I think the dramatic impact of it hits, absolutely. But there's also a lot of stuff that's going on in this movie. So if you say, well, we didn't appropriately develop the relationship between.
But that's one you got to be careful with skipping over, I would say. I'm just saying that's one that you got to be a little careful with. Maybe in 2009 they just weren't that worried about it, but I think by today's standards you wouldn't skip that part. You'd have to develop that a little bit on some level. And what Candace just said gave me some insight as to where that might have come from, and the movie did not give me that insight necessarily.
John says, I think the graphic violence is important here because it attempts to critique war and the power of superheroes. Can't gloss over that if you want to tell this story. And I completely get that. So if you're trying to say, hey, well, what would superheroes be like if they're fighting wars and going out and being vigilantes and things like that, then dealing with violence directly could certainly be a part of that.
But it shows that the kind of the horror of that in a way that classic comics wouldn't.
Right, in the way that classic comics wouldn't. So you don't often see, like, you don't have Batman often with that level of violence, or Superman, or Captain, or all of our Marvel movies that have come out. They go to war, they do all of that, and you never see something like in the Watchmen when they're fighting.
It's PG-13 violence, whereas a Watchmen is R violence.
Watchmen is R violence. So yes, so I can completely see that this is why that's in here, and that's why we're telling the story in this particular way. On the other hand, it's going to be difficult to go back and try to tell a story with these themes that I think were so masterfully done, all the twists at the end and what we address here, in a less violent way, and it's difficult to recommend to people because of the violence.
Yeah.
Even though you'd like to engage with these themes. I guess that's what I was saying.
Well, and the comedian, and maybe we should shift to him, since we're
before we do. I want to bring in that quote that I wanted to go find.
Oh yeah,
because this is interesting. Going back to differences in like original creator intent. I'm just going to read this. This is from Alan Moore his interview with GQ. So he says, it seemed to me that what people were taking away from works like Watchmen or V for Vendetta wasn't the storytelling techniques, which to me seemed to be the most important thing of it. It was instead this greater leeway with violence and with sexual references, tits and inwards. When I did things like Marvelman, now known for a variety of legal reasons as Miracle Man, that's, I think, GQ's comment, and Watchmen, they were critiques of the superhero genre. They were trying to show that any attempt to realize these figures in any kind of realistic context will always be grotesque and nightmarish. But that doesn't seem to be the message that people took from this. They seem to think, yeah, dark, depressing superheroes are like cool. So that was kind of how he felt about how pop culture interacted with some of his works, which I thought was interesting. Because that's not what I get, like we're sitting here and like that's like we're clearly interacting with the themes that I think he wanted us to, even in the adaptation of it. But it's kind of interesting and sad that he feels so like disappointed with how people interpret some of his works.
Well, that reminds me of Oliver Stone with Gordon Gekko. He tried to create one of the most, here's this capitalist villain, and people are like, this guy is awesome. Gordon Gekko is awesome. So sometimes by trying to create realism, you might still capture something that resonates and isn't as villainous as you thought it was on some level. Just like with these characters, we've all pointed out that they've done things that are morally reprehensible. The comedian, Dr. Manhattan, Ozymandias. They're all doing things that were like, oh my God, you can't defend that. But can you? Can you defend that? Maybe you can defend that. Or in some cases, no, you can't defend that. So,
and also what makes each of these characters interesting is like they have, these flaws. Many of them are really, really deep flaws, but they also each have at least something that makes them, redeemable or interesting or admirable. Like there's something, like they each have something of both. Some of them have more of one versus the other. And so that's part of what makes you kind of lean in, because these characters are all very interesting. Even if you don't agree with them or like them all, you're intrigued to understand them. They're fully rounded.
Yeah. Well, once you start messing with archetypes, you're going to capture something that rings true to us. And then once you subvert it or do something interesting with it, you're going to create something new. And that's the beautiful thing. So whatever Alan Moore had in mind, what he gave us has its own power.
Yeah.
Possibly better than what he imagined when he started,
Sable Phoenix says classic Alan Moore, though to the contrary, Sable Phoenix says classic Alan Moore missing the point of superheroes. They're specifically not meant to be realistic, no more than Greek gods were meant to be realistic.
Right. That's the modern mythology argument.
Yeah, are by their nature icons and ideals. They represent archetypical concepts.
Mm-hmm.
But
okay.
Well, I think
but that's what he's doing. Like you're saying, he's missing the point. But like he's just taking this idea and then bringing it into the real world. So he's doing something different with it.
Well, I think you could be talking about. You could also talk about. Well, let's take the physicality of this and bring it into the real world. Whereas Sable Phoenix might say, well, but on the invisible level, as we've talked about, you've missed the point of the story on an archetypical level. But if you just bring the physicality of a superhero into, hey, what would that really be? What would that really be like? That might be what Sable is saying here.
Interesting.
But Candace says, if you put on a mask and leave at night to hurt people, there's something deeply wrong with you. All of these characters are majorly flawed. You have to be a mask vigilante. Yeah, but the flip side of that is, what if you put on a mask at night to save people?
Right, because there's that one time when they go and what do? They Night Owl and Silk Spectre. They go and they save some people from a fire that might have died if they hadn't gone and done that. And so it's that part really struck me as interesting, because it's like I think those two represent that ideal of superheroes. Like those two are the closest to what the superhero quote unquote should be. That they're both like fixated on saving people or helping people or making the world better. But they also both like being a vigilante or whatever, a masked Crusader like has both of them. It kind of awakens other desires, and it awakens these other hungers that are darker, which you see like they go and they recreationally go beat up some bad guys, but they don't have to. They're just like, let's just pretend to be, really vulnerable, walk into this alley and just let these people follow us. Oh no, we're so vulnerable, you should attack us. And they go and just brutally beat them all up. And
that's what makes him hook up, because remember, he can't get it up that first time. And like, let's go beat up some bad guys. And he's like, no, I'm ready.
It was funny.
But what's funny is rushing into a burning building to save people is like the most cliche. So It's funny. Here's this guy subverting all our superhero themes, and yet he sticks with the burning building. I just thought, and it was clearly intentional. He could have done something. Yeah. He could have done anything. So I found it oddly, I found it to be good art for him to stick with this one cliche here when he's clearly gone in other directions everywhere else. So I thought that was good on his part.
Yeah, and I feel like I'm kind of, I don't know if you were talking about the comedian, but I almost feel like talking about these two characters is a natural thing.
We can talk about them, and you said you want to do the comedian last, so we can still do the comedian last.
Okay.
I don't care. But
let's make Night Owl.
Night Owl, yeah, this seems like a good time for Night Owl.
And then after these two, we should do Rorschach, because he's a major character in this, and
most of my notes are for him.
yeah, there's a lot there. So, but with Night Owl and Silk Spectre.
Yes,
I guess I want to focus on Night Owl first.
They almost feel like they're together, but we can discuss them separately. But like that's my other critique is that Silk Spectre in here, she doesn't have that other extra level to her.
She's the most normal. Barely superhero.
I was thinking about it from the perspective of, like, if I was an actor, like I would struggle like to play like all these other characters would be so much fun to play. But if I was given Silk Spectre, I'd be like, what do I do with this? Like, she's just not like, she doesn't have that other, and maybe that's on purpose, that she's supposed to be the like kind of the core foundation of good. But she just feels like she's the classic superhero girlfriend character, but doesn't have a lot that's interesting about herself. She's just there to kind of speak truth to these other characters, or bring them along or guide them. And like, I don't know, I felt like because she's also treated like a protagonist, I wanted to see something else about her that was dark. Maybe, I mean, that was there, but in an individual way, or I don't know.
I totally agree with you. I feel like they didn't know what to do with her. However, her role seemed to be more important as an echo of her mother. I feel like her mother's presence is in this through her. And just a quick aside, I just finished watching The House of Usher. Freaking phenomenal, by the way, if you haven't seen it on Netflix. House of Usher. The actress, God, what's her name? Gina. She's in The House of Usher. So it's so weird. She's like a major actress in The House of Usher. She plays a critical role in the film, Verna. Here I just finished it like 3 days ago, and then I turned on Watchmen, and there she is. And I was like, I couldn't think of any other movies that she was in, but here she is in Watchmen, and she plays such a central character. Her character is really one of the most pivotal. And what's amazing is she's given very little screen time. We see a little bit of her in flashbacks, and we kind of get an idea of her by proximity from her daughter with this Silk Spectre. They even have the same name, Silk Spectre, so it gets a little confusing. But
well, Night Owl does too. It's Silk Spectre 2 and Night Owl 2, because there was the original Night Owl and the original Silk Spectre.
Oh, I missed that.
I didn't even get that.
And so both of them, they're both of them.
The first Night Owl, was that one killed or something? That sounds familiar.
Oh yeah, actually, I know what you're talking about, Heath. For whatever reason, it didn't seem to I didn't get mixed up. Probably because the other Night Owl wasn't ever really a character in this, whereas both Silk Spectres kind of come in and go in the story.
Yeah.
Because the original Night Owl was part of the Minutemen.
Okay.
That's right.
And then, but wait, what happened to the original Minutemen? They're the ones having a beer together in the very beginning. Hollis Mason was the original Night Owl. He and Dan are having a beer together.
Oh, okay.
But my point is, Night Owl 1 isn't really a part of this story much. Whereas both Silk Spectres are persistently. In fact, the older Silk Spectre, her storyline, the reality of her storyline, really comes through in the end. So her character kind of gains strength.
Yeah, 9
as
out
the
of
story
1
progresses.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Carla Gugino, that's it. Carla Gugino, she's really good in this. She is awesome in The Fall of the House of Usher. She basically plays a female angel of death, and she is effing amazing. You got to see it. Anyway.
Candace says Silk Spectre 2 is the weakest, but I think that's part of the point. She's a hero because her mom made her be. She's the ultimate dance mom's kid. Original Silk Spectre living through her child.
That's funny.
That is hysterical. The dance mom's kid.
Yeah, you talk about it being the point that very well may be the case. Like I'm like, I want that character to be more interesting, but it also may be on purpose. I'm not sure. I can't tell. That's the thing. I can't tell if it's on purpose or not. That her sort of symbolic role is to be just very simple.
She did seem to be a little stronger by opening watching of that graphic novel, the motion graphic.
Mm-hmm.
Her introduction of her characters, and especially when Rorschach comes to talk to Dr. Manhattan and she's there, she does appear to have a greater presence in the graphic novel. So I'm going to pay attention to that as I read more of that.
Candace, it sounds like you read the graphic novels and remember them very well. Is that true? Does Silk Spectre 2, the daughter, does she, if you can answer in the chat, does she have a greater role in the comics? I'm just curious. It sounds like, Heath, you picked up on that even with a limited
amount. I got a stronger character. Yeah.
Interesting.
So we'll see. We'll see. Like I said, I've only watched a chapter and a half.
Okay. And I still have yet to watch the ultimate cut of this. So maybe there is more there. It's making me really think that the ultimate cut could really change a lot of this.
Yeah, perhaps. There's an interesting note going back to the part with them saving people from a fire, that when they're hungering to go and be superheroes, but that's the first thing they go to, and that's their idea of what being a superhero is. And that's interesting in comparison, because like for them, that it's the pure thing there is about, saving people, and there's no bad guys involved. And when we get to Rorschach, we'll talk about like how, like for him, it's all about punishing the bad guys, right? So we have, there are different questions to how to save the world, right? So far we've had save the world. I don't care. Why should I care about saving the world? Save the world. Yes, I will. No matter what it takes, no matter how much I have to taint my own soul, I will save the world. And then we have, yes, saving the world, like, yeah, I'm going to help people who are vulnerable. But at the same time, it's also kind of fun to go and like the violence is fun. Like, I feel like that's kind of their thing, is like, because they're talking about, oh, we should go and break Rorschach out of prison. And it's like, he's like, yeah, that would get us in trouble. And he's like, but it would also be more fun. So that's an interesting aspect then for the two of them, where it's like, I think that's part of what is like, there's like a temptation underneath it, because especially for Night Owl, he's very much chosen to leave that behind. I mean, I guess he sort of hasn't chosen it; they've been legally required to. But Rorschach, for example, continues to do it anyway.
Right.
But yeah, because he says something interesting about like, oh, let me go find that quote. Did I write it down? Oh, maybe I didn't. He says something about being afraid.
Who does?
Night Owl does. I don't remember. I think I can sort of loosely quote it, but he says something like, at that moment, like the first time they try to have sex, and then he's just down there staring at his costume.
Oh, yeah.
And he's like, I'm so tired of being afraid, and he lists these different things, but the one that stood out to him was I did put it, tired of being afraid of this goddamn suit and how much I need it. Which is interesting.
Well, right. Okay. That goes to what I was going to say was a part about his character, is that well, first of all, he's called a Boy Scout. Ozzy calls him a Boy Scout. That something about his Boy Scout morality and stuff. So he's also, from the archetypical standpoint of our superhero, who is going to have the classic kind of Captain America kind of
the do-gooder.
Right, the do-gooder. That's what he's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
And he's out there and he's used to doing good, but he also captures that idea of a soldier who is now back from war. And he doesn't know what to do with himself because he used to do all of that stuff, and now he doesn't really know what to do. And when he says, like, when he's talking to the first night owl, and do you miss it? And he's like, no. But that's a lie. Obviously, he does. And you're talking about how much he needs the suit. So that recalls soldiers returning from war and not knowing what to do without their uniform and not being part of the war.
Well, but it's
Superman.
also
Superman is literally called the Blue Boy Scout, the Boy Scout in blue. So that's Superman morality in Night Owl, right?
Well,
that's what he's got. Yes.
Yeah, that's a great point, James. I also think the point where he's looking at his suit and reflecting on how much he needs it. And Brianna, it sounds like you were tying in the idea that the violence is fun. He needs this suit because, that there's some aspect that he enjoys the violent parts of what he does. I would look at it slightly from, and I'm not saying that that's without merit. What I would add is that there's also a part of his identity there. Because remember, the mask, the cape, it's a secret identity. So there is something of him in these suits. And I think a lot of superheroes, Batman, they have these moments where there's something when they put on that suit, they get to become somebody else. It's not that they're not them, but it's this other version of them that could not exist otherwise. And yet here it exists, and I do this thing, and you rise to this other level, and then you're told, take it off, never put it on again. That part of your identity, you're not allowed to have that part of your identity. I feel that resonates with me because it's like, you're going to have to struggle with that. This other part, you can't do this thing. There's a good reason why you shouldn't, but there's a part of your identity that's being muted. And that's the part, that's what I took out of it, that it's hard to suppress these parts of your identity that are there. And Night Owl is part of his identity. It's hard for him to separate himself from it. And out of all the superheroes, he seems to be the best adapted to dropping the superhero identity. But to Brianna's point, even he's struggling with it. He's just really good at dealing with it.
And I think to that point, like, it's a really important scene is that dream sequence when the two of them they're nude in the flesh and they come and like they kiss or something. And then they go and they peel off their skin, and underneath is their superhero identities. So it's like, that's implying that in a sense, that's actually their true self. So that they feel that it is.
That was a very interesting dream sequence. I'm always sensitive to those because those are the most archetypal,
right?
Because they're illogical. You are doing something archetypal, free of logic, and that's what you can do in dream space. And there seems to be truth there. There seems to be messages there anyway. But it's also under like a nuclear attack, right? Doesn't the dream end with a nuclear?
That's right. And the two of them get destroyed by the blast.
Yeah. And it's like they're skeletons holding each other almost.
Yeah.
To me, and this ties in exactly with what we're talking about right now. If their identity, or if the world's on the brink of nuclear destruction, if humans are on the brink of extinction, is not this other identity very important right now? Should this identity be dormant? Should we be ignoring it? Or should we let this identity come out and try to stop this? And what's cool is the way that it's all filmed is it doesn't answer it for you.
Yeah.
You're still left like, well, there's a case either way,
Wait, the person under the woman's skin, the one with the beehive hairdo, is actually one of Night Owl's arch villains?
No, it isn't.
Wait, what?
No, that was her. That was I don't think so. I think that was Silk Spectre.
Silk Spectre.
That was Silk Spectre.
If not, that would be a very different meaning.
Yeah, because you see her, she puts that costume on just minutes later, and it's the same thing. I think. I say it very confidently and then doubt myself.
Interesting. Because that's almost like a complex, like if your arch nemesis is this woman and you're secretly in love with her, there's like a thing there.
Yeah, but then that doesn't come up again.
The movie doesn't address that at all.
Yeah, I'm skeptical of that.
Interesting. Yeah, I definitely when my recollection of the movie is that when it's unzipped, it's both of them in their superhero outfit, Silk Spectre and Night Owl. and then they're obliterated.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like an Adam and Eve on Mars feel to it, and then it ends in destruction.
Yeah, it does have a sort of Adam and Eve feel.
Yeah, right?
I see Heath is still looking this up.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, there is another interesting thing to note about Night Owl, and this is him interacting with Rorschach, where there's that interesting moment where they both had kind of a tense exchange where they each critiqued the other on their perspectives, but then they kind of make up for it, and they Night Owl apologizes. Rorschach doesn't apologize, but sort of comes as close to one that he's able to do. You know,
Right.
He just kind of shakes his hand. Is like, I know it's hard to be my friend. It's like,
Right.
it's like, okay, but I thought what was interesting is that after that moment, Night Owl takes Rorschach's perspective a little bit, because he kind of softens, because his critique is, you've gone too soft. And, you know, he kind of blows up on him at first, and then he's like, oh, you know, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. And then he ends up saying, okay, we'll do things your way. And so, yeah, so they're kind of, the two of them don't really merge. Like, he just kind of moves a little bit closer into Rorschach's perspective. And then that's when they go, what do they do right after that? Oh yeah, that's when they go to searching for information, and he kind of lets Rorschach.
Yeah, they make like a temporary alliance.
Yeah,
they go to a bar
a little bit. Yeah, they go to a bar.
They beat up that guy at the bar, and that gives them some information to go and
yeah, he just shatters that glass in that dude's hand. That was
and Night Owl is like, you know, trying to keep the peace in that moment too, because he still has that. He's very much the sense of control, of self-control, you know, and you know, telling like, we're just trying to. He tries to keep things from escalating more than they have to in that moment.
Well, that's before the glass is broken. I love it. It's a comedic kind of scene too, because Rorschach grabs him, and then Night Owl, I forget exactly what the line is, but something like, everyone, please calm down. This will only take a moment. Everyone,
cloud control.
And then Rorschach crushes the glass into his hand. Night Owl has several things like that happen to him, which is like the Boy Scout approach to it, and then other people around him
are not
the situation.
doing that. Right.
Well, and I think that Night Owl is the most normal of all the male superheroes. We're like, Silk Spectre is the most normal. I feel like from the American archetype angle, that Night Owl is kind of the everyman. You know, he like all of us like Batman. So he's kind of like Batman, but he's not obsessed with it. He admits that there's some obsession to it, but he seems to have it under control for the most part. Mm-hmm. He also doesn't seem to have a personality that runs amok, which is something we love to see out of heroes and villains. You know, the untamed personality. He's very tame. Mm-hmm. You know, even like you said, Rorschach is like, you've gone soft. You know, that you're not doing
version of his voice.
That was a great Rorschach voice. That was fantastic.
And then to just reiterate that in terms of like his beliefs, he says at the end, he says to Ozymandias.
Nice.
Still feels wrong in my head.
You did good right there.
Thank you. He says, we were supposed to make the world a better place. And then he responds with, that's exactly what I'm doing. But like, so that's him stating his perspective, right? Is like, okay, my role is to make the world a better place, which kind of aligns with the same goal as Ozymandias, but different ways of going about it. I think it's different. They have different means, but the same end. And that's
well, they showed that whole cutaway scene where Rorschach, kills that pedophile. That guy who captured the girl, he takes that cleaver. It's a pretty graphic scene, actually.
Yeah,
he just hacks away with this cleaver at him. So it's certainly not a moral thing, or is it?
We'll have to come back to that when we talk about that character for sure, because that's an important
Fair
scene.
Enough.
Sorry, I'm just looking to see what else I wrote for this character. Oh, and then another one from him interacting with. It's just like, now I'm having a block every time I say the name. I'm like, oh no, I'm going to say it wrong. I'm going to call him Ozzy, just that I don't get stuck.
That's wise.
So they have this exchange with each other where he says, a world united and at peace, there had to be sacrifice. And he's like, no, you haven't idealized mankind, but you've deformed it. You've mutilated it. That's your legacy. That's the real practical joke. So it's almost like he's kind of gotten to a point almost of disillusion, like Ozzy, I'm gonna call him, he wins in the end, and some of the characters just sort of accept it, but for him, of course, Rorschach does not. But for Night Owl, it's like he accepts it, but it's just it bothers him, right? It's a heavy thing for him that he's not he accepts the situation, but he's still like morally fighting it. I don't know, it's interesting, all these characters, how they
well, it almost
they all interact
differently. It's like he knows it's right, but he's gonna resist that, almost like this, like, I can't accept that. No, that's you've ruined this. Like, I don't know if I can cross that bridge.
Right.
Even though there's some logic to that, he's not even acknowledging the logic of it.
Like, he's not going to go and do what Rorschach tries to do. Like, he's not going to go and ruin it, but he still has to kind of make his protest first to settle that, what's in his conscience, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, and he's got Archie. Night Owl's got the coolest gadget in the whole film with Archie, and that thing's pretty cool, actually. And what's one of the thoughts I had while watching it was, so it was obviously designed to be like an owl head with these giant eyes. But I was like, that's pretty practical to have that much viewing space in each seat. Like, you could see a lot through those giant eyes. So I was like, I kind of like the design of Archie. I thought it was a cool Batman-like gadget.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, him talking about like the fact, what was it? His father was in financing or something and left him a bunch of money.
Right.
Right. A clear nod to the Batman archetype.
Yeah, the again, but that's a little bit archetypal. The idea that the trust fund hero.
The trust fund hero. Yeah. Exactly. Well,
really, I don't think that's a major American archetype, but I think Batman and Bruce Wayne are. And that's what he is. He's really like this tycoon philanthropist who moonlights as a vigilante, one with no superpowers, but he could build all this stuff that, essentially makes him into a super hero. Well, and it sounds like the comic book was basing him off of somebody else, but in the movie, he felt very Batman-like.
Mm-hmm. All right, who's next? Oh, sorry.
Do you want to go to Rorschach?
I think Rorschach's pretty fundamental.
I think it's time.
To this whole story.
Oh boy!
In fact, it's almost his story as the narrator.
Yeah. You could argue he's the protagonist.
Yeah.
If there is one. All right. So what did you see?
One little comment I wanted to add on Silk Spectre. Oh. Last thing I'll say, because she looks Wonder Woman-like at times, and I thought to myself, she actually looks like Linda Carter, the actress who played Wonder Woman back in the 70s and I think 80s. She kind of looks like her. I was like, she kind of reminds me of Linda Carter a little bit. So I wonder if that was intentional. Maybe not from the comic book side, but from the filmmaker side to try to emulate that look and feel. Because this is the pre-Gal Gadot era where Wonder Woman was Linda Carter pretty much.
Yeah, that's true.
She does look like Linda Carter.
Yeah. So, but Rorschach, what a great character this guy is. The actor, it's funny. Every time you see the actor's like body, you're like, God, that dude is small. He's a little guy. So, but he doesn't ever emanate a little guy. He comes across as pretty fearsome and even like violent and brutal. So he has a big guy presence, but he's a small guy. And as far as the American archetype goes, this guy is a classic like film noir, flapping trench coat in the moonlight. Fedora hat, the hard-boiled detective, totally. Like I said, film noir. It almost has its own era in not just American history, but I think French and British have similar archetypes. But the American one is that hard-boiled, put them up. fisticuffs kind of a guy who's always brooding and narrating his life and solving crimes, all in moonlight, with the trench coat and the fedora. So he's very archetypal as a kind of an American figure, and yet he's very different. He has the mask that changed shapes like a Rorschach, like a Rorschach design, which is integrated into the film, as an actual thing. But I think he's very much an American archetype there, the hard-boiled detective.
I was wondering what archetype you were going to give, because I was like, what is he? So that tracks. That makes sense. All right. So his point of view compared to the other ones, which is very strong and very defined, he sees the world as irredeemable. Like, it is deeply corrupted. And he doesn't want to be a hero who saves the innocent. He wants to be a punisher of the wicked. I think that's pretty much how you would. Yeah, he's not trying to save anybody. Not very many people. Like, there are some people that need to be saved, but for the most part, he's consumed with punishing those that would put the vulnerable in a situation to begin with. And I think that scene that we mentioned earlier is kind of what makes him into that character. It's interesting. People talk about him as opposed to how he talks about himself. So, like, he's described by someone else as a sociopath. They mentioned the comedian was practically a Nazi, and they're talking about how that's earlier on, where they're just saying that these are just terrible people. But he's doing it in a sense that, like, he in Rorschach's point of view, it's like it's necessary. Like, what he's doing, he still sees it as heroic, and he has these uncompromising values. He says at the end, like,
very much so,
never compromise, not even in the face of Armageddon. Which
that's
is
that's a big line.
Yeah. You're like, when I watched it this time, I was like, that's not that's
a time that you might rethink.
Right. If you're like completely black and white thinking is just not moral, but that's how but that is also what going back to, like, the question of saving the world by causing a bunch of harm, like, that's a real world thing. I think part of what makes him so intriguing is that his way of thinking is an extremely common, real way of thinking about being of this black and white morality. I've got my side, and then there's this other side over here, and they're just all bad, and it's just all corrupt, and anything I do is against them is perfectly moral and valid. And that, like, if I compromise, that makes me bad. As opposed to like he's not able to see sort of the more of the nuances and complexities of life. That's probably his major flaw, I would say.
Well, and he, like Dr. Manhattan, like Ozzy. God, I'd never want to walk into that pitfall. He says the line in the trailer, and he says it in the opening few minutes of the film. The world will look to us and say, "Save us." And I'll say no. So he has a comparable attitude, a sort of you're on your own attitude to humanity himself, despite these, uncompromising moral convictions or positions. He also is a little detached from.
Well, I would argue he's not detached. The problem isn't that he's detached; it's that he actually hates humanity. So it's not that it's not that he's like, I don't care. It's like, he has so much emotion, but it's all negative emotion. It's all anger and hatred, I would say. And disgust. Disgust is another thing from him. Like he's a bigot too, right? So, like, people that are deviants in his eyes are also like disgusting to him. So he embodies that kind of a morality, which again is a very common, like, real life thing that you experience in people, which is part of what makes him really compelling.
That's right. Yeah, he does have some bigoted commentary. I totally forgot about that.
Yeah, there's a whole rabbit hole on that topic. I think I'll come back to that after we discuss them from a literature perspective, because there's like a meta social thing about him that's pretty interesting too, about like audience reactions to him. But
well, and in 2009, I think the time should, I think 2009 is a different era than today. Even that recently.
Mm-hmm.
But so he is also, I mean, just you didn't explicitly say vigilante when you were talking about American archetypes, but he's the one who is pushing this superhero thing to its extreme. I'm going to go out there, and he takes it one step further than the extreme of I'm going to go bring them in, like Batman classically would, leaves them tied up for the police to come and arrest. He's going to take one step further, and he's going out there. Vengeance. Sable Phoenix says it's not about justice; it's about vengeance. He'll take vengeance.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm vengeance, but also, but also bring people to justice. I think about justice when it's at the very end. That something unjust is going to happen here with Ozzy, and I can't tolerate that.
All right.
Yeah, he's absolutely not buying into the Ozzy solution to the Kobayashi Maru, basically. He's rejects it in full. To Brianna mentioned the famous line, I think, never compromise your values, even under, the Armageddon condition. Certainly a questionable.
Like even if I have to compromise, even if it means the literal end of the world, it's like, yeah, that should be a moment for pause and self-reflection, right?
Right, but there's the case for that. The idea that you stand your ground, that you if you believe something is right and wrong, you stand your ground. There's a case for that.
Yeah, that's why it's compelling too, because there are places for that. Yeah.
Right, like they show at times where this seems to lead to a good result. Like with the pedophile and the little girl, we might question what he does, but there's a sense that was somehow justice. So it's like there is this spectrum where this works, and then questionable. But that's true of a lot of these characters where they take a position and you're like, that makes sense, but it's a pie chart. You never get the 100%. This guy's right. This woman's right. There's always it's clouded each time. I think he's consistent with that.
I feel like he experiences a little bit of like a moral slippery slope kind of a situation, because his first big violent act against a criminal, the one you're mentioning about with the kidnapped girl, like we totally understand his action there. Like anyone watching that, you're just like infuriated at just the unspeakable violence that's been done to this kid. And it's like, this guy totally deserved, like, I almost was expecting him to do like a much worse violent act to him, because it's just like, he deserves this.
It was pretty violent.
He deserves what's coming to him, but it's like, maybe in the comic it is even worse. Maybe that's why I was expecting that, because I wanted to say I thought he fed him to the dogs or something. I couldn't remember.
No, I think I think it was actually more violent. I think I did read something on that he tied him up and burned his house down and gave him the option of cutting his arms off in order to get out.
Yeah, because I thought I remembered it being worse, and I was like, oh well, he did. And so, but it's interesting because there's like, with him, I would talk about there being like a fall or a corruption, because it's basically like he's drawing these lines, and then he keeps drawing them further and further, of like, this guy really deserves this, and maybe this guy also deserves violence, and then it comes to this point where he just sees humanity as just being like filth, kind of in the beginning how he talks about like most of the people around him he's just disgusted with and they don't deserve to be saved, but that first violent act is what eventually leads him there. And I think there's commentary right there on the whole idea of a vigilante, which is, I think, what fundamentally his character is supposed to critique. I'm not sure, but that's how I'm taking away. Is that, that basically once you're, I guess that is what you were saying too. Yeah. Like once you accept that you have the authority to take justice into your own hands, once you accept that in your head, it's like there's a whole can of worms that is being opened. There's a whole like potentially, unless you have something else to keep you in check. Now you're that thing at the beginning, who watches the Watchmen, like that really applies to someone like him.
Characters.
It's true of all of them, for sure.
Well, and he is the one that actually gets arrested.
Right.
and ends up in jail
because he's set up. He's arrested because he's set up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is a setup. That's right. I think it's implied that Ozzy.
No, it was Ozzy, right? Yeah,
right.
It was Ozzy who did it. You're right.
Who's running all those pyramid trucks, that truck scheme.
Because Rorschach was getting too close. He was going to spoil the Ozzy's plan.
Yeah.
So he had to come up with a way to get rid of him. So he frames him.
Right. And he ends up in prison. And I saw several people.
Everybody say, "Yeah, I've seen this quote."
The famous quote, man.
Yeah, I know. It's like the most.
Yeah, well, and one of the most brutal scenes, in my opinion, is when he throws the fryer grease on the prisoner, the other inmate.
Yeah. See, he has no limits. Like, he just doesn't have any. Like, there's just no lines he's going to draw, except for his
They're definitely showing his capacity for violence, which is at a high level.
Well, it's often one of our tropes that we see or themes that are explored. We talk about good having limits. Like, can good defeat evil when good has limits and evil has none? Well, this is an extreme right here. Like, can you possibly be a criminal and get away if the guy who is after you has no limits?
Gonna be tough.
Yeah.
Then he's coming. So it's also kind of a reverse of that.
There's a couple of other things I wrote on the same thing. So I think an important quote for that scene where he first kills that guy, the kidnapper, where he says, because he's like, okay, you know, I admit I did it. You can take me in, and he says, you know, men get arrested, dogs get put down, and so that's but that's a really important line because in the real world, like one of the things that you want to keep an eye out for in like on a broader social level is if you have people starting to call each other, like if you have one group of people starting to call another group of people by like dehumanizing names, calling them things that are similar to animals or similar to you know, whatever, bugs or whatever, like that's considered like a warning sign that society might be moving towards some violent outbreak or genocide or something like that, because that's one of the things that we do in our mind to prepare ourselves for violence often is violence is such a hard thing for the average human to do, and so you have to tell yourself that the other person isn't completely human. Of course, you see that kind of language in wars a lot, just to soften that, to make us
wartime xenophobia is certainly a thing that I don't think is ever going to go away.
Right, and so especially in wartime, it almost becomes necessary because otherwise it can be like too traumatic for the average person to do that kind of a thing.
True.
And so, but I think the fact that he says that says a lot about his psychology, because he just decided this person doesn't deserve humanity. Right, he's a dog, and it's hard not to agree with him because this guy's just horrible. But I think the problem is that once he's done that, he's starting to consider more and more of the world as dogs that need to be put down. And yeah, so I wrote like, yeah, taking justice into your own hands with no due process is a slippery slope. The human soul cannot handle that role well. That's why we've kind of decided in the modern age to not give that to any specific person. We have like a process to find justice instead. And so I think that is part of the problem with him, is that he's put that power in his own hands, and he's become, the effect is pretty disturbing.
And Candace also makes a good point that we talk about that with Batman too, that he is Batman, his mask is Bruce Wayne, but he yells, that's very important, give me back my face.
Yeah,
he's pretty
mask is taken
responsive to that.
Yeah, and he even says that explicitly, where he's like, when he just talks about that scene we've been talking about, and he's like, after that I was just Rorschach, like there was no Walter, like there was no Walter anymore.
Yeah. But yeah, I think all these characters have various ways of dehumanizing people. Like Rorschach might call someone a dog, but the comedian blows away that pregnant woman.
Right.
Dr. Manhattan could care less if humans are alive or dead. Like he views that as equal. So there are a lot of cases where you get some of these characters. Ozzy. literally facilitates the murder of millions of people. So I think there are different expressions of this attitude of a dehumanizing way to view the world, where you can justify a terrible thing that you're doing to somebody and provide a logic to it. I think Ozzy does it in the aggregate. I think Dr. Manhattan has this aggregate view. And I think I think Rorschach make it more personal, but you're still dehumanizing people. And if it's true that it's in our nature to destroy ourselves, well, that might be the root source of it. To see, I think you said just a second ago, one of the red flags is when you hear people refer to people in a dehumanizing way. That will always be true, because you cannot commit violence against someone unless you begin to develop a theory or belief or view of them as less than human.
Yeah. Another dialogue comparison. So we had, people saying like, we were meant to save the world, blah, blah, or improve the world. I think that was what Night Owl said. Rorschach at one point, he says explicitly, we were meant to exact justice. So that's his belief of what their role was as these superheroes, as these mass crusaders. We were meant to exact justice.
Well, that's why I had written justice so many times, or a few times down here, that he's representing this. Now he's taking it to an extreme, but he says, yeah, what was I here to do? It was justice. Truth, justice, in the American way. That's Superman, right? So justice, also the Justice League. I mean, we have this idea of justice, and here you are. You're the one who's going to bring it to us, Rorschach. That's the difference. But because we said Night Owl goes to save the people in the fire. Rorschach is going to go bring justice, and he's going to do it in a way he's not going to stop.
Yeah, administering justice on your point of view versus rescuing eminent victims from neutral danger, like rescuing. That's what I think saving the cat in the tree, rescuing someone from the burning building. These are like black and white. These are easy to accept. It's a good thing if you go in there and save those people. There's no moral ambiguity there. I think that's why it's become the cliche. It's such a safe thing to have a superhero do, because, who's going to argue with that? But killing 1 million people to save 1 billion, well, now we have to have a discussion. That's not saving the cat in the tree or saving a person from a burning building. There's something else there there's a deeper question.
Yeah, and this was why I don't remember if I said this while we were live or not, but I was glad that we ended up studying this, because it did end up having some relevance to one of the stories I'm working on, where I'm talking about, where I have a character, as I'm currently imagining her anyway, where she's kind of more like a night owl who becomes more like a Rorschach, in the sense that it's like switching from my role is to save people to my role is to punish the wicked. And that's kind of how I'm imagining her shift in beliefs over the course of a story. And so I thought I was like, oh, that's cool. Here's an archetype that is an interesting thing to compare to. And so, yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, retribution is always a tricky thing, because you're also making the claim that what's right and wrong.
Exactly. There's a certain ego that comes with that, or an ego, or just pure disillusionment, which I think is more what Rorschach is. He's just completely disillusioned with the world.
To some extent he is, but I think a lot, I do think that carries over to other superheroes. The disillusionment thing. I think he has a certain expression of it that is different than all the others, for sure. Like he doesn't seem detached like Dr. Manhattan. He seems like there's an inner anger to him, a vitriol that you don't see from some of the other. And even the comedian, he doesn't do it out of hate or vitriol. He's doing it out of pure regard for life, intentional, almost irreverent. Like, I'm acting irreverently. Boom, you're dead. I don't care. Boom, you're dead. I don't care. Yeah. That's irreverence. That's different from I hate you. Different from I don't care about you. Right. You know, these are different expressions of dehumanization. You know, I never even thought of that, but there is a good way to analyze the different forms of the way these characters are dehumanizing other people.
Hmm.
They are being expressed differently, but it's at the core there's some overlap.
Yeah, that's intriguing. I was about to say something, I completely forgot what it was.
Well, you're still on Rorschach?
Oh yeah, I know. I still haven't gotten to the other side of his character, which is the reaction to him and the creator's thoughts about that and stuff, because I think that's interesting. It's kind of a side note, but
Okay. Oh, that sounds interesting.
Oh, so were you about to say something, Heath? Sorry.
Well, yeah. So we should talk about how he ends up.
Yes,
because this movie has like ends with 3 twists, which is why I really loved it. And each twist was shocking to me, and I was like you, Brianna, that I didn't actually remember exactly how it all ended up on this rewatch. Yeah. So I got all 3 twists again. I recalled them as they came, but I got all 3 twists again. The first one is the Ozzy's discussion about, and everybody's basically on our side. He's not evil. Retro Nerd Girl had said, I picked him out as the bad guy in the beginning, but then he's got this twist because he seems to kind of fit that. You want to like him, but I think this guy's gonna be. But he's got this twist at the end, and everybody seems to accept it. And you're like, oh my God! So what do you do? And this is a major thematic thing you've got to tackle with, and they do that, and then you end up with an uncompromising character who is bent on justice and vengeance. And I think it's also, Ozzy doesn't kill himself in the process. He doesn't do this in a self-sacrificing way. If he had died during the explosion, or he took his own life afterward or something like that, that would be one thing. But part of this that strikes me is that Dr. Manhattan is going to be vilified. Now, he said for a reason, but but Dr. Manhattan is going to be unjustly vilified. And Ozzy is going to continue to be a hero. Because he's still got all of his fortunes. He still has all, so he is still going to have his action figures. He's still going to go forward as a hero in this. And that sounds like Doc Flamingo says he saw himself as too important to die, but also it also wasn't necessary, but he's going to go forward. And that's, I think, is part of that when you look at that, I think it's the fact that he's not dead and that he will get to continue as a hero, Ozzy, is part of what strikes me as unjust.
Unfair, right? An unfair ending.
Unfair. There's something unfair about that.
Yeah, because
he's not answering to the people he did kill.
Right. He's not actually experiencing any consequences. Like, sure, he's like, oh, I made myself, feel all their deaths. Like, that's okay, right. But
there should still be a consequence to killing people.
To killing all those people. And that's what the uncompromising Rorschach puts forward. That no, I don't think so. You're about to get away with this scot-free. And of course, that's part of it, because if they convict him, then it messes up everything that he put together. So I mean, that's so masterfully put together, in my opinion, that all of this is weaved together. But Rorschach is just not going to compromise on that. And so I'm shocked again. That's like, what has to happen? Because he says, justice, right? We're here to bring justice. And so in order for this whole plan to work, justice has to die. Like the guy who is our embodiment of that, the extreme version to vengeance and vigilantism. But that guy who has this moral problem with what Ozzy did and wants him to face consequences for what he did, Silk Spectre and Night Owl are like, oh, well, all right.
This kind of let it happen. Yeah.
Kind of sucks, but all right. And so the guy who is our embodiment of that has to die. And I thought, oh my God. So we had a particular theme this movie gave with its twist, and particular message that it was sending with its twist, which is I love grappling with. But then here is our second twist that I was like, oh my God, they had the physical manifestation of the guy who was extreme justice die. That in order for something like this to work, for our heroes have to kill that guy. And I was just like, oh my God, twist. Yeah, of course, because you're right. At that moment, you know it works so well, I think, because nothing else can happen. That in order for this to work, Rorschach has got to die.
Yeah.
In a different story, Rorschach would have also been portrayed as more sympathetic. If he were portrayed as more heroic and sympathetic, then he would be more like a sacrifice, like a self-sacrifice. He's like, do it. You've got to do this. It'd be more like a self-sacrificing kind of thing. He's like, I'm uncompromising, But unlike Ozzy, who is uncompromising and he's going to get away scot-free, I'm uncompromising, but I'm going to face the consequences. The consequences of this, that I have to die. I'm going to Armageddon, his personal Armageddon, without any type of
well, and I think that's great analysis. And I think that it's important to point out that Rorschach at least represents on the pie chart of morality and how specifically in how we feel about what Ozzy did.
Right.
Specific to this event, Rorschach represents one part of our reaction to this.
Yeah.
This is not okay. I don't care what anyone says. Like, I don't care. You killed people. This is wrong. Some part of me reacts like that.
Right.
Some part of me reacts like Night Owl, like, oh, this feels so wrong, but I get it.
But it makes sense.
Like it all worked out. I guess I'll go along with it. Then the other part of me feels like Ozzy, where I'm like, I just came up with a pretty effed up plan and it worked.
But it worked. It worked. I actually saved the world.
And then there's Dr. Manhattan, which, oh, you say, oh, great, you saved it.
I understand.
So there is a pie chart of ways to react to this, and I think Rorschach is one of those slivers in the pie chart. I can't accept this.
And it's interesting to note that Silk Spectre didn't just come up, which is why I say like she's not distinct enough. You can just lump her in with Night Owl because she has the same reaction as he does, and it's just like, oh, she's just kind of like a.
Well, you know what? To be I agree with you that she was her character was small.
Yeah.
She was important. She had a big role in this. Like she had a lot of screen
She was
time,
important from a plot perspective, but not from a theme perspective, I think.
Well, I think from a character perspective, that it's small relative to the other characters.
Yeah.
Shoot, what was I going to say? I lost
I'm
my.
sorry, I interrupted you in another.
No. I wanted to talk about Silk. You said, oh, okay. I remember what I was going to say. You were saying that she's so reductive in a sense that we just lump her in with Night Owl. I think that's half true. But I also think that in a way, Night Owl's kind of lumped in with her, not to the same extent. I'll be fair with you.
Yeah. It's
almost like she's every woman because she's the most normal, but he's the most normal. So they're kind of like the couple.
I agree with you. I think that critique does go to both of them, but it's just slightly more to her. I think
more to her. That's where I agree with you. Like, she's like, if you had to say
more things in that scene, I can remember things that he said and did, and I don't really remember what she said and did, but there are other moments where it's like, the opposite.
He has a layer. He has a look. We're looking at his costume. She has the scene with the mask. She just kind of comes in and out of her costume, and that's about it with her. Yeah. She's not developed. So you're totally right. She's underdeveloped, and she's kind of lumped in with him. But I would say that to some extent, they're kind of a couple. The every man, every woman couple.
No, that's definitely true.
Well, PH says, I would just like to remember that Moore intended Rorschach to be a critique of extreme right-wing ideologies and uncompromising moral absolutism.
That's what we're about to get to.
We're about to get to that.
Yeah, we're about to get to that.
That's why I was saying that he's not a sympathetic character. And that's why I was saying in a different story, he would have been more sympathetic. And in this one, you've got all these other reasons why you're like, well, on the other hand, there are a lot of reasons why this guy's got to go. So,
well, right.
But then from there, the third twist is that he wins.
Do Rorschach? Oh, because of his journal?
Yeah, because he's set this up that you think he's outthought Ozzy.
Yeah, I feel like I missed that the first time around. But is that the implication that like because he put enough in his journal that potentially people still figure out the truth?
That was my understanding.
Although, but his last journal entry was before he figured out the whole truth. So like I think the last thing he'd written was indicting Ozzy as being part, behind this plot, but they hadn't figured out yet that like the specific plot. So I do wonder, like,
doesn't it end with the first journal entry like October 21st?
Right. It ends with the first journal entry, which I think is the news reporter reading the first one about to go through the story. Because yes, the last journal entry is that I'm going up there to Antarctica.
Is that so you think that's the implication that they're going to figure it all out and that the whole Utopia is actually going to collapse anyway? Is that what you guys got out of it? Because
that's what I got out of it, or at least that it was strongly possible that he is.
As a standalone story, the film suggests that the Utopia is the win. The Rorschach element is that while Ozzy might feel like he got away with it, there's a chance he might face scrutiny.
Yeah.
My thing is, I don't think that necessarily says that Rorschach wins. I think it suggests only that Ozzy might not get away scot-free. But
I like that. I hope that is what it's implying.
I think like that's what it's implying, because I don't think he wins, but I do think it means that there. But my issue with the idea that Ozzy still might face the music is it's so morally ambiguous. What would be the verdict on this guy?
Yeah.
What would the world court decide?
Yeah, and he's so powerful that what can anyone do to him?
But not even just the power. Just if he was able to be held accountable, what would the world jury decide on this guy? He saved us all. He did kill those people, but we're here. We created new alliances. What would the world jury? What would its verdict be on Ozzy? Probably guilty, but under the circumstances, a reduced punishment, something to that extent.
I mean, you could study that, but I think, to me, I thought the larger point was that that's not even going to matter. Whether or not Ozzy is convicted or whatever else isn't going to matter, because if that journal is published, and the implication to me being that the plot would unfold, then the United States and the USSR would not have a common foe of Dr. Manhattan anymore, because that would be exposed, and we would end up in nuclear war again. Their peace would be off.
And that's what I was wondering, though, because again, like, I don't know, I couldn't tell. Like, was there enough in his journal for people to figure that out? Because he didn't know that yet when he was his last journal entry.
Or would they have a common enemy in Ozzy?
Do you know what I'm saying, though? Because would people have enough from reading his journals to understand that Ozzy had done that plot, like that specifically that he had caused those deaths? Like
depends on how good Ozzy's lawyer is.
I guess because there was enough information there to know that he was behind the assassinations and that he had some other thing going on, but he hadn't yet worked out the whole thing. So that was what I was unsure of, if that's what I was supposed to come away with or not. I couldn't tell. I was like, am I supposed to assume that? Oh, maybe it's not any specific thing we're supposed to assume, but it's a question. Maybe that's why it's open ended. It's like, maybe they'll figure it out, and maybe they won't. Maybe the peace will last.
That's why it's so good.
Yeah,
because we can't even really figure out how this would play out, which tells me that this is very open ended. Despite a general closing off of the main story, if we look past the end, we're like, oh shit, this gets crazy again. And I think Brianna even mentioned something else. Won't the Soviet Union and America or their predecessors eventually break out of this utopian moment and go back? Won't there be conflict again?
I think from the story perspective, it was solved. And it was solved very fast. It was, because at this point of the movie, I mean, it's already a long movie, and then Ozzy turns on the TV, and basically the unification's already happened. Which, again, if you're trying to actually talk about, we don't see any kind of diplomatic back and forth and whatever, but that's not important from the story. The important point of the story is that it worked, that his plan worked, and this is successful. I think it would be too easy to have the implication at the end be that, oh, well, the peace will continue and Ozzy will either be brought to justice or, spend some time in jail or pardoned. Either one of those, because that's having your cake and eating it too. And that's not really what this movie, I think the theme of this movie is about, that in order to have one thing, we got to give up something else. And right. So we've seen that over and over again. So I'm rejecting the idea that the ending is intended for us to have both, satisfying all of our ends. I don't think that's the kind of thing.
No, I get the sense that we're in a situation where a horrible plot against humanity worked. What do you do? I'll leave it to you guys. I feel like that's what the author did. Here's this Holocaust-like solution, and it works. So what do you do? Is it bad? Is it good? Is this a net positive? Is the alternative worse? Which is clearly implied in this. So, it leaves a clear-cut moral atrocity that no one really supports in this place of working, So in that context, what's right and what's wrong?
Well,
and that's why it leaves you so uneasy at the end of the movie. It's just like, I don't know.
if you cut the movie after Ozzy's plan works, and you just had, if you had everybody accept, like, okay, we'll all swear an oath of secrecy. Okay, that would be one message on the movie. Continuing for the next 90 seconds or whatever it is, and getting Rorschach killed. That sends a different message to the movie. Continuing with, Rorschach is basically reaching out from beyond the grave to still continue to screw this up. So I think that's also some type of message about vigilantism or justice, that this is a beyond the grave thing, that you think you killed this guy. Whatever it is he's representing here is reaching out from beyond the grave to still foul up what they had agreed on.
Well, and there's in a lot of literature, letters serve as an unmasking device, like dangerous liaisons. I don't know if you guys have seen that. It's a great movie. Glenn Close, John Malkovich. Keanu Reeves is like 17 in it.
Anyway, Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, but it's all based on an old French story, but it's similar where he gets killed. He's not really heroic. Very similar to Rorschach. He's not necessarily he's actually worse than Rorschach. He's totally despicable, but he has a moral 180. Commits suicide and unveils all these letters, which unmasks the real villain of the whole story, which is Glenn Close's character in the film. But letters typically serve as an unmasking device in a lot of stories. So it is a way to outlive, the letters outlive you. So to Heath, your point, I may have died, but these letters, either that I have or my journal in this case, this documentation that I have will live on even after I'm gone. And that has power, that has unmasking power. Yes,
I don't know anything about the TV series, so this is just this is just an analysis of the show on its own, the movie on its own, as it movie on its own analysis.
Yeah, I'll mention it a little bit when I talk about the political sides of this, because I watched some of that show and I didn't like it, so I didn't finish it, so I can't really comment on it in any meaningful way, except to say that I do think it's maybe a little bit off from the original creator's intentions, but we'll see.
I have not seen it. I did have a desire to see it, but the overall consensus seemed to be pretty negative, so I just never got around to watching it.
It was kind of just not well done. I don't know. On just a basic level, yeah. Not very interesting, I didn't think. Should we talk about the political side of this?
Sure. My notes are I've gotten taken care of my notes, so go for it.
Yeah, and this is a whole rabbit hole. We won't go into the depth of it. We have to touch it. Like we're talking about this, we have to talk about these things. Because there's another element of Rorschach, of course, which is not just his simple role as a character. Because he also has he embodies like the worst attributes of like the political right in like a modern day context. He's like I'll just read some of the stuff I wrote. I said he's a conservative bigot who expresses his worldview in violence. So he makes me think a lot of like the modern day neo-Nazi movement, which again, so this was originally written in the 80s. So it's just like, I know the author was just kind of responding to general like fascism, I think is his thing. But there's a similar ideology. It reminds me of that because I was in a counter protest to one of those years ago, and so I'm familiar with their worldview. And one of the things that indicates that too was there's the prison guard where he's like, why do you not like me, or something like that, and he instantly answers, he's like, you're fat, wealthy, liberal sensibilities. Those are all things that the fat thing is might be surprising, but that is usually in Nazism. It's that they're super obsessed with like purity and like physical, cleanliness, and like being like some ideal physical archetype. Yeah, idealized. So to be fat is just as bad as being immoral to them.
Yeah. To me, the fat comment was like not luxury isn't exactly the right word, but that kind of thing, that implication of there's another word I'm looking for, but
that you're kind of taking on the resources or courting them, kind of a thing. I think you're right. I think that was also part of because he said fat and wealthy, he put those together. But he also mentions liberals, which is interesting because it's like, I don't know if this hurts the story or not, because there are fans out there, and this has been true since the comic was written, that like completely miss the cautionary aspects of the character, and they are like genuinely fans of him, and the author is very classic, like famous for being disturbed by these fans. I got a quote I gotta give you. This is another one that I saved from Alan Moore. He says, this is just the quote, I'll just read. I wanted to make this kind of, this is what Batman would be in the real world. But I had forgotten that actually to a lot of comic fans, that smelling, not having a girlfriend, these are actually kind of heroic. So actually sort of Rorschach became the most popular character in Watchmen. I meant him to be a bad example, but I have people coming up to me in the street saying, I'm Rorschach, this is my story. And I'll be thinking, yeah, great. Can you just keep away from me, never come anywhere near me again as long as I live? And then there's another one. This was a little bit more recent.
A little dehumanizing.
Yeah, I suppose. Well, he's very, I mean, like I mentioned, he's also the creator of V for Vendetta. So he certainly has a strong political perspective in some of his stories. This was in the same one. Oh, wait a minute.
While you're looking for that, Drudenfly's decadence. That's what one of the words.
Decadence. Yeah, that's good.
That's what I got out of that. Yeah.
Fat does the complaint against it. There is the idea that you are a weak human being because you can't discipline yourself and eat right. Yeah. There's that for sure. There is the Roman worldview, which fat equals decadence, meaning you are wealthy. And therefore you're fat, which means that you don't struggle. So there are different ways to interpret, but I think from Rorschach's point of view, I think from the perspective you're painting, it would be from that one point of view, but there is a case that it is also, you're a fat cat. Well, hold on. He says it to a prisoner, right?
No, he says it to the prison guard. Yeah.
He's more than a guard. He's like the warden or something. He's
warden.
An administrator.
I guess there is a case then. Okay, there is a case then. The idea that you're a fat cat. You're just kind of living off our lives.
Mm-hmm. Oh, let me give one more quote, and then I'll go back to some of my notes about this. So this is more from Alan Moore of that GQ interview I mentioned before. He says, the creation of Rorschach, I was thinking, well, everybody will understand that this is satirical. I'm making this guy a mumbling psychopath who clearly smells, I don't know why he says that, who lives on cold baked beans, who has no friends because of his abhorrent personality. I hadn't realized that so many people in the audience would find such a figure admirable. I was told, this was probably 5 or 10 years ago, that apparently Watchmen has quite a following amongst the right wing in America. In fact, which is interesting, he's not an American. This is such an American story. In fact, the far right website Stormfront, they did a reproduction of the fascist hymn that I wrote for V for Vendetta. And they said that, this person is supposed to be the exact opposite of us politically, but having read these beautiful words, I think that he must secretly be one of us inside. He says, I think I understand fascism, and I know what kind of hymns people like that would probably be like. But if this stuff can be so fundamentally misunderstood, it does make you wonder what the point of doing it was. So he's pretty like down on these.
I'm just going to say this. I think that trying to impose a political worldview onto this is the mistake. I think that you can get lost in a rabbit hole pretty quick, and it doesn't seem to be resonating. Like, I never viewed this as a right-wing movie at all. In fact, not at all. Like, I viewed Rorschach as kind of an independent character who had his own weird flaws. Like I do remember him saying liberal sensibilities. And I remember it because nobody talks like that in any film, So I was like, oh, wow. So, and there was a mention of Ronald Reagan at one point, but
there's mentions of I guess the communist scare. I guess that's a kind of like time period.
Right. Yeah. None of this came across as like glorifying right-wingism or anything like that. To me, all of this came across as just its own art form. And I feel like sometimes
that's what I think it's supposed to be.
Exactly. And I think that's why this has lived on. And that's the staying power of the film. I think when we try to like impose a modern political divide on it, it seems to weaken it or to make less and less sense when I try to explore it under those conditions. My rule is to try to stay away from those. And I'm not saying, and by the way, that's not to say there's no value to it. I'm not saying that. But in something like this, where I can't make sense of it in that light, I try to back off of it. Because there are other stories, other films that are very clear on one political side or the other. And some of them are absolutely amazing. But to me, some of the best films are the ones that have a little bit of both. In fact, this one I would say has mostly left-wing sensibilities.
No, I think it 100% is.
Right. So like, it's okay to have some other points of views mixed into this, even if they're like negative or bad. Part of that is part of the complexity of the story and part of what makes it all work, in my opinion. So it's okay. Like when I look at like Dr. Manhattan, who's like, yeah, it's people are the same if they're alive or dead. If someone talked like that today, that's a freaking red flag. I'm like, you're psychotic. Maybe you're dangerous. I shouldn't hang out with
you. You might be killing people.
It's not just today. Like at other times, any time would also be a red flag.
That's a problem. So to me, it's more important. I think the artistic value of this is as moral ambiguity. I do think it gets more difficult to try to package it. Even the artist is saying that it got away from him. That this seemed to have gotten away from him, that people may have liked Rorschach on some level.
For the wrong reasons, right?
For the wrong reasons,
right? And so I want to finish some of the like my own.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Yeah. Because there was a broader point I was getting to.
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. Because I was like, that was his reaction. And so this was kind of some of what I was wondering about in terms of whether or not this is a weakness in the story or not. Because I think I'd be curious to know also people think in the chat too on this, because the reason why I think there are some people that kind of idealize this character for the wrong reasons, it might be because of that, because he has a little bit of some grounding in real ideologies. Because like if you're an audience member that happens to have politics maybe in the broader sense aligning with his, you may miss that he's like this radicalized, extreme version of that. And then of course, if the audience member is a literal radicalized extreme version of that, then of course they're going to see themselves in him. But the point is that when you have a cautionary character, this is my belief, a cautionary character is supposed to help inspire like self-reflection in the audience. And so if you are triggering people's like real world tribalism, like a political thing, I think that makes it harder for people to do that, because the point of Rorschach is his, his moral failings, right? So if you are starting to think about like real world politics, I think that makes it harder to get to the point of, and I'm saying that's this point, maybe the author wouldn't agree. That's what I read from it, that you're supposed, like what you're saying, Doug, like it's supposed to be about, them as characters. These are more universal human themes to deal with. And then if it gets too tangled up in the politics and people start thinking about right wing, left wing kind of stuff, like I almost feel like that can take away from it, and it makes it harder. Because I think it's healthy to be able to see yourself in a villain or as a cautionary character, but only if you're able to recognize this is a villain, this is a cautionary character, and I shouldn't be like them. So I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
Well, I think you're totally right, but I also think that, for example, I liked Rorschach. I thought of him as a cool character. So when you're like comparing him to like he's intended to be a Nazi, and if you like him, you're a Nazi, like, or that maybe you have Nazi. It's like, what? So it's like, well, why do I like Rorschach? It's not because he's bashing, like the liberal sensibilities or makes a big.
Well, to be clear, when we're talking about like him not wanting to be around people, it's not because they like him as a character. Like he's an interesting character. It's people that specifically relate to him and relate to his beliefs and things like that.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say that I relate to him like I feel like
I'm
Rorschach.
saying there are people out there that will say that they do. So
totally possible. Like I don't disagree with that at all. Yeah. I'm just saying,
he's a great character.
There should be space to appreciate the character.
Right, that's separate from
regardless of what the author intended. Right. I might create a character that I want you to hate. That you're like, dude, this guy's awesome, or she kicks ass. And I'm like, ooh, you were supposed to hate her. Oh my God, people went a different way with this character.
But there can be parts of because it actually reminds me of the line from Braveheart, where William Wallace's father tells him, "Uncompromising men are easy to admire." Right?
Yeah.
So there's that part that when you got somebody who is believing in something, like and what
even if you don't
not going to tolerate what Ozzy did, and the others will. And he won't.
Sometimes you either forget or forgive, whether it's justified or not. And I'm not making a case on that line. Braveheart's a great example. This is what's causing this line of thought. Braveheart, or Robert the Bruce, betrays Braveheart in the film. Like, egregious betrayal. And the end of the movie ends with him like, I'm going to take a... And I remember watching this, and I asked my dad, I was 1997, so I was like 20 maybe. 21. And I asked my dad, I was like, why is he treated like the hero of the story? Mm-hmm. This guy like stabbed William Wallace in the back, who's clearly the hero of the story. Like he's an egregious, terrible character. And the movie ends and we're like, oh, this guy's great. I'm like, why? And my dad said, because William Wallace believed in him. Mm-hmm. And that answer never left me, because it made me realize that sometimes characters will do these deplorable things or have a deplorable attribute or side. Right. And yet we don't quite hate them. And it's because there's something else there, is my point. And so like focusing on this one thing might make sense in certain contexts, especially in a modern conversation about some of the things this guy said. Mm-hmm. There is still something there, and it probably transcends what the author intended. Like to Heath's point, this guy's uncompromising. He's the one that's willing to call out this guy at the end. He might have been wrong on all these other issues, but he might have been right on this one. He might have been right here. I think that gives him a little bit of complexity. And even someone said, like, I'm guilty of even liking him in the jail scene. Yeah. Like that's a pretty badass moment. So my point is, like, in terms of a character, not one principle or one thing that they, mm-hmm. I don't think this guy stands for that necessarily. I don't think that's what to me, that's not what this guy exemplifies. I don't like him because of that. I
think I'm not asking the question quite right, because this is not, I feel like this often gets muddied. This isn't a question about liking him as a character, because all of the characters have that sense of like, there are things about them, like you're saying, that they're cool, but they're also, they have a lot of moral issues.
But I'm thinking this out loud with you, to be honest.
How like there's a specific element where you have the creator's intent is to have, in all of these characters, there's something that he's critiquing about superheroes and about vigilantes, and there's a cautionary aspect to a lot of them, including Rorschach, but he's having some fans not reacting that way, not realizing, like completely seeing him just as a hero and not catching the things that are flawed. And I wonder if the reason why that happens is because he also brought in like his politics, like Alan Moore was bringing in his politics, like, because you see there's critique of the right, but there's no like equivalent, which is fine. It's totally fine to have a perspective like that. But I do wonder if that goes against his intentions as a creator, for people, for certain audience members, if they have like if they have some sort of political, being able to relate to that character politically, does that make it harder for them to see the flaws? I don't know. I don't really have an answer to that, but that's what I'm trying to ask.
No,
is that a mistake from a writing perspective to put real world politics? Unless I don't know.
It's not a mistake. Well, I'll say this. I've asked this question a lot, and I think all of us are going to be somewhere near this perspective. And I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong on this. But if you place your political view or anything else, your religious view, I don't care, above storytelling, you are fundamentally approaching storytelling wrong. That doesn't mean that you can't have a religious character who believes in God, who's a good character that people relate to and love. Just like you might have an activist character that is beloved or villainous. You might have, you could do anything you want as long as you care about story. Number one, when you're writing, the other sensibilities that you have are going to end up in your story. It's going to happen. But I think as long as story is top, the characters have their way of kind of transcending you. It becomes less about you and what you intended this character to be. They're not puppets. The characters are not you putting your hand in a sock and being like, hi, I'm this character. And I'm this bad, like, right-wing guy. Hate me. That's not what a character is. When you're writing a character, you can add some of that in there, but the character becomes its own thing. So I think as long as you're doing a good job trying to be an artist, the characters will outlive you and will do things that are not meant, that have nothing to do with you.
Which I think happens in this story. I think so.
And I think that that's a good thing, because it means that whatever the author's intention, the characters, the story took these other directions and people responded and reacted to it differently. That said, some of it's going to be totally negative as well. Like there could be negative aspects to this that are, unforgivable. Like you talk about, like Nazi is, like, that's unforgivable. Like I don't care. Like that cross section. I don't care about that. I care about the story. I care about the characters. And if Rorschach is resonating to general people in a positive way, well, then there's something else there. And I think it's worth knowing what that is, because I think it only strengthens you as a writer as well. How do you write a character that is meant to be unlikable? Or how do you write a character that might have something that is unforgivable? And why are people liking this guy? Like, that all means something to me. There's something to unpack there. I don't have the answer on that, but all I'm saying is I kind of liked Rorschach, and but I also liked all these other characters that did these things that I would find unforgivable.
Right. What do you think about that, Heath? About the question of bringing in politics like that? I'm curious to know what you think, because I'm undecided. I have another argument I'll make. I can argue both sides.
We've said before that the stories are at their best when you are seeing an argument between different things.
Right. And that's what I feel like is lacking a little bit in here. But sorry, I asked you. You
okay. I mean, you could see that. Okay, that you could say we don't necessarily have someone who is pulling on the left wing as hard as Rorschach is on the right, but I don't think that was the point here.
Yeah,
that we've got. I think that's
true.
It's the character here. It's Night Owl and Silk Spectre, who together are looking at three different people and they're trying to make a decision. Okay, we've got on one hand, like they're like at the middle of the Venn diagram between three very different worldviews. Dr. Manhattan, Ozzy, and Rorschach. And they're all handling this situation. They're all the extremes. We notice these other two characters aren't so much as an extreme. So you're watching them try to decide how they're going to deal with these three extreme characters. So the extreme justice to vigilantism, the extreme to apathy, the scientific investigation to apathy, and then to save the world at any cost kind of thing. And it's interesting that at the end, they choose Ozzy. They choose to go along with him. They reject. Like Night Owl didn't want Rorschach, his friend, to get blown up right there at the end. But that's another reason why at the beginning, if you had stopped it after that decision, if it were really, if you were much more clear on Night Owl being the main character with Silk, then the story would end when they accept Ozzy, because you would get they would have decided that they're trying to decide among positions on the world, and they decide to go with Ozzy in the end. But Rorschach continues. Where was I going with that? Oh, so it wasn't necessary to have an extreme left-wing person to balance Rorschach out. It's the three extremes are Dr. Manhattan, Ozzy, and Rorschach that your characters are trying to decide about.
I agree with that, because like ultimately it's, the storytelling is not about politics. It's about these themes that we were talking about before, with power and with what is justice and what is, how should that be administered? What does it mean to save the world? Like, that's what the story is about, is these kinds of things. And so that would be my, there's the one side of me that's like, I wonder if including that in that character makes it harder for people to see what we just talked about, to see those themes. So part of me wonders that. Another part of me is like, yeah, but also there's two aspects to why I'd say it's fine, or it's also just like that's the author's perspective. So screw everybody, like he can write what he wants, like it's his story, so he can do that if he wants. So there's that aspect, but there's also an element of like, I just lost what my other train of thought was. He can do what he wants. Oh, also that like it's kind of relevant to that. Like if there is a moral aspect of that particular form of extremism, and so that's a perfectly valid way to explore that extreme version of justice, or that that perspective of Rorschach, to bring in a real world extreme political perspective. It does suit the story, I think, because it's not just not just like, oh, there's one side, because there wouldn't be the balancing of that, wouldn't be to have some extreme liberal or something like that. It would be to have the balancing is the moral. That's not the politics.
Well, let me say this: if this story had, like we talked about in the opening scene, there's the two women in bed and it says "whores" in blood. There's a murder there. Mm-hmm. If that was the point of the story, well, then you do need the perspective on that one issue. It's an LGBT relationship. It was a murder. Was it justified? This guy, whoever did this, thinks it was. At that point, you need a balancing act, because that's the topic we're going to go into. Mm-hmm. It's just not this wasn't a left-wing, right-wing topic.
Right.
This was the world is about to annihilate itself. Mm-hmm. You've got nationalism rising to ridiculous levels on both sides. And then you add, according to this story, a superhero element. America is going to win because it's got Dr. Manhattan. So you kind of tip the scales in favor of America. But that thumb on the scale is caring less and less about the world. So now we're in a world where that left-right divide really isn't relevant. Mm-hmm. So I think this one character even talking like a right-winger, it almost kind of flies over the head.
And it's almost the wrong way to say. He's not talking like a right-winger. He's talking specifically like a fascist. Like it's very specific, like that he's bringing in.
Well, I don't know if he's talking like a fascist, and here's why. Fascism relates to galvanizing government power against minorities. I don't think he's talking like that. He is talking like a bigot.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like a private bigot. So he's got bigotry. He's got that attitude, but it all seems to be him. He's not advocating for government exercise of power over he's not advocating for that. So I think I'm just saying, I don't think it's fascist, but I do think it's certainly bigoted. But at the end of the day, in terms of this story, that's just not the main thrust of the story.
Yeah.
Now, that said, you were asking, is it a good idea to include politics in the story? It depends on the story. If that's where your story is going, then I don't think you can get away from it. My thing is, it's important to have believable people on the side that you're against. So
Yes.
like if my sensibility is on this side and I'm thinking this way and I want to portray this or address this, you can't have dipshit characters arguing against you, because the audience isn't going to, you haven't won anything. It's a phantom punch. It's a boxing match where you throw a phantom punch and the person goes and they lays flat on the ring and you take the victory lap. You want a good opponent in there. You want someone that can make their case. You want someone that is going to be believable. You want someone who even the audience will be like, that guy makes sense or she makes sense. And then they lose. That's to me, that's the best way to do it. You have to have a convincing opponent in a political debate or in a political dramatization. Sorry, we probably got a little off topic, but it's such an important topic.
I think you have to. I think you can't really talk about this movie without getting into it, because that, and I'm saying this from not really remembering that much about the TV series, but I think that the mistake that I was kind of getting from the TV series, or in thinking back to it, a mistake that I'm seeing, is that I think it was trying to overcompensate for this. The fact that there were, actual right-wing extremists that were identifying with this character as Rorschach. And so in the TV show, they were like, we got to make sure that nobody misses the fact that this is not a good character. And they're like going way over the top, and they make it more specific. Like they make Rorschach a white supremacist. And it's like, yeah, but it wasn't even white supremacy. Like, you know what I mean? Like it was, they're really trying to make it like they go over the top to make it political. Yeah, that's what I remember. Again, it's been a while since I saw, and I only saw a few episodes. But that I do remember that element of like, oh, okay, they're like really trying to be heavy-handed with that. And I think that's even like more like it's like a pendulum swinging away from what the point of the story was. But I don't know. I didn't see the whole thing, so maybe they go into more.
I didn't see any of it. I can't even comment. But I
do remember that. I do remember them going out of the way to like, we have to really make sure that people remember that Rorschach was a bad person. Like they're like trying to emphasize that in the story. I'm like, okay.
Well, to be perfectly honest, I think on Heath's channel on Table Talk, our main goal is always good storytelling. And I think, if you want to tell a story and you believe there is a moral center, let your characters fight it out. It's not about you. Like when I'm writing, and Brianna, I know you know this too. There's Doug. And part of my editing process is getting Doug further and further out of it. There's just author, and author has to tell this story, and you got to get out of it. So your characters are going to do things that'll surprise you that you may not have intended. It may even defend a position you didn't think you were going to defend. Who knows?
I was just thinking about the argument, or what could you do this, and whether or not you needed something else. And this is a case for a reason why you do not need it in this story. Is because could you do a left-wing Rorschach? I would think absolutely.
Yeah,
you
totally could.
And then his targets would be different.
Well, he could be by all means necessary.
I think I agree
just uncompromising.
I think you could totally do a left-wing Rorschach, because you would start with, what's my purpose? To bring justice.
Yeah,
okay,
right.
But then you're going to end up in
justice,
vigilantism, and you're going to end up in everywhere that Rorschach goes. It's just with different targets.
Yeah, and there's absolutely a real world equivalent to that.
Right. Yeah,
there is.
But in this particular story, you don't need to put that character in this, because the theme that's still being addressed here is starting out with justice and then going to an extreme into vigilantism and everything that you become. You would be having having two characters do the same arc, just on different political axes, which is not necessary for this movie or for this story, because our juxtapositions are Dr. Manhattan and
That's a really good question. And you're right. It wouldn't have mattered, because the thrust of this story had nothing to do with those divides. Yeah. It was an existential crisis to humanity, and you had superheroes involved, and all the superheroes were oddly unconcerned with the outcome, or willing to do terrible things in order to save the world. So that to me is the crux of this story. So it really wasn't it wasn't a political story in the sense that we may be thinking of it in a modern sense. It was very, what happens when the best of us don't care? What if they just don't care?
I think the point you made, Heath, is honestly pretty critical here, because it's like, if you can do the same thing with the left winger, then that emphasizes how much, like, what the role of that is. Like the fact that he has the politics he has is just kind of, that's just part of his character. That's not actually the
the message.
The message. At least that's how I'm reading it.
Yeah, I think
how I'm reading it.
I think if he made right-wing comments or left-wing comments, I think most people would still probably like him for the other attributes,
Right.
the uncompromising attributes, the unwillingness to go along with an atrocity solution, maybe. And he's also kind of the guy trying to get to the bottom of it. So I think, there's an underdog quality there that people respond to.
Yeah.
In all detective movies, he's going to figure it out, kind of thing. Well, I think this was all really good.
We still haven't
finished all the characters.
Yeah.
I know. It felt like this was the end.
No, I know. But I wasn't saying that in terms that we're at the end, but those are good topics that sometimes people don't want to talk about, but those are really good topics. And I think a lot of good points were brought up.
So was there more on Rorschach, Brianna?
That was all I had on him.
Okay, so that was all I had. So which brings us to the comedian, right? Which is
our
where
last
we were
one,
going
right?
to end.
The glue that ties it all together.
Right.
Yeah,
So actually, I do like. I mean, we could have ended with Rorschach, but I do kind of like ending with the comedian actually, because that's where the movie starts, and it does glue all this together. So, what is the comedian? What does he represent?
God, talk about morally despicable behavior in a film.
Right.
Him shooting that woman is about as bad. He's not just making comments, like he's like, and he's just doing it to cover it. He doesn't want to be a dad. Like he's just ignoring paternity here.
Yeah, you're almost lost for words at that level of evil. You're like, okay, like what?
Yeah, totally. I mean, totally true. And yet he's another one.
Mm-hmm.
Also comes across as oddly likable in a weird ways. Like he's like the gruff, blue collar, stogie chomping guy at the bar. And by the way, we just singled out one of the worst things he did as his leadoff, but he's portrayed in the film as a victim. He is someone bursts into his home, murders him by throwing him out the window.
Oh, that's how we meet him. That's right.
What's that?
That's how we meet him. That's right. I forgot.
Right. You're introduced to him as the victim of a murder. He's the murder victim.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, and he puts up a good fight, and he makes the comment, it's all a joke.
Mm-hmm.
This ambiguous, who cares, like it's a detached kind of a comment. And then he's thrown out the window and this guy's done. So I think he's kind of your blue collar, like to tie it to an American archetype, Wolverine. He reminds me most of like Wolverine, the gruff, hey bub, the ballroom brawler or barroom brawler type of guy, the blue collar guy, good in a fight, doesn't put up with anybody, doesn't take any shit, kind of that kind of guy. And I think he's likable because of those attributes, but this guy clearly does things that become undefendable.
Another element of him being like a layer of complexity is that we also see him showing remorse at the end, which I thought was interesting. That like he didn't seem like, you would not expect that. Like this guy just seems so just depraved, but you see him, at some point just like weeping over the stuff that he's done in the past. And that was probably the most important to me. That was the most important thing about that gave him roundness. Because like some of the other characters, you have like, oh, there's a lot of good traits, and then there's this evil one. And him, it was like evil, and then there was this redemptive thing that he had remorse. So that was what kept him from being flat.
Totally true, and it's done again cryptically. At the time that he's showing remorse, we as the viewer don't really understand all that we don't understand it all yet. No. We just see this guy that got his ass kicked, that is tough, that seems very capable. And then there's this flashback moment where he's kind of weeping at the end of this guy's bed, right?
Yeah, his former.
And so we're a little disarmed by that, I think.
Mm-hmm. And it seems very genuine too.
Sincere.
Like he's reconnected with his conscience, it seems, before he dies. So I was comparing the way the power that these guys have as superheroes and how it affects them all differently. So with Rorschach, he's got his disillusioned bloodlust. With Ozymandias, his idealistic ambition, Manhattan's cold apathy. And then for the comedian, I put nihilistic hedonism. It seems to me like I kept coming back to hedonism, where it's just like he's doing these things because there's like nothing matters, and it's all kind of funny. But he's also kind of just doing what he wants and what feels good, which in some cases is like literally raping someone. In other cases, it's like just literally murdering people. It's just like, oh, shoot. It's like but he's doing it laughing, and it seems like that's kind of his. I'm curious to know if you guys think
he strikes me as like chaotic neutral. To use like Dungeons and Dragons,
I don't know if he's neutral though.
Well, no, in the D&D,
is he chaotic evil?
Because
I don't know.
I just wrote chaos. The two words I wrote down were with regard to his personality were nihilism. So that's, you mentioned nihilism, and then I also said chaotic, that he embraces chaos. So he's our nihilistic. He doesn't necessarily think this is all good. Actually, Candace says, I always thought he had the same level of disgust for humanity as Rorschach. And he sees it as bleak pragmatism. So he doesn't have. He sees it all as
the vitriol
joke.
Yeah, instead of being filled with hatred, he's just kind of like, well, nothing matters, so I'll just do what I want. Almost.
Yeah, morality is a joke. That's a good point, because morality is a joke in a degraded world. So why take Rorschach's moral stance? So because morality is a joke in a degraded world, he sees nothing wrong with zone violence. But there's also no reason to take a stance like Rorschach does, because this is not that kind of world. This is a chaotic world. Stuff happens. It's interesting that he's one of the government agents, but I think that's because it allows him to continue his chaotic nature. That if it's going to become illegal, okay, you have Rorschach with intense discipline. Shall I say? Okay, the comedian, and he's going to continue with discipline underground, evading the cops and doing all that. Okay, well, that's not the kind of person the comedian is. So if he's going to get to continue to be everything that he likes, shooting people, just
he needs
living his chaotic life, he has to do that within the federal system, and that they can use him like as a weapon. And which I kind of got what I got to is what his use was. So yeah, I guess we don't really get to see him pulling emotionally on our characters quite as much. He does because he dies, but he does in flashback, like have the scene with Night Owl. He pulls on Dr. Manhattan in the killing of the woman scene, but that's to contrast. They both don't really care for humanity, and that's what he's saying. But he's telling something.
Which is interesting. Like he's after just committing that murder. He's the one telling Dr. Manhattan that he doesn't care.
That you don't care. Right.
It's like a little bit of self-awareness, but yet not. It's self-awareness that's being projected.
And, well, and I had a friend like this, and he would attack everyone's moral position all the time. Oh, you think you're moral. Oh, you think you're moral. And it didn't matter who you, and he would do the most immoral stuff ever. And I was like, this guy gets away with all of it simply because he doesn't ascribe to anything. And he's not really saying he ascribes anything. And if you say you ascribe to something, or if you defend, he'll just attack that. So I think that's fundamentally a nihilistic position, because you're not taking a side. And if you take a side, I can attack you. You take the other side, I can attack you too. You're both idiots. And here I am in the middle, impervious to judgment.
Yeah. But he does pull on Night Owl, the one who's trying to decide all about this, in the scene when he's shooting people up after they've gotten out of the owl thing.
Oh yeah.
So he does actually make his case for his view of the world there.
Correct.
Yeah, I wrote down worst society's only protection, and he's saying this as he's murdering protesters. And then Night Owl's like, from what? And he says, are you kidding me? From themselves.
Yeah. Incredible dialogue, by the way.
I know. There's a lot of dialogue where you're like...
Drescher said he's the perfect killer.
He is. You have to have that detachment, but he has it as not from a sense of like dispassionate detachment. His is almost like the world's hypocritical, and I'm just going to laugh at y'all. And in that space, and this is what I was trying to say about this friend of mine in the past, in this space, you're kind of immune from this judgment of right and wrong. It's a really weird place to be, but I have seen this work, and I've seen it work at incredible levels where you steal a pencil and he calls you out and he makes a big thing, and then he's like crashing cars and cheating on his wife, and he's like, what, you got a problem? And it's like, oh my God, like, how can you create this space? That's nihilism. There's
I am just what you are.
What's that?
So in that case, with the person critiquing the pencil stealing, if they're stealing cars or something, it's I am just what you are.
Totally. He would defend himself. His basic point was, you're not as good as you think you are, and I dare you to try to judge me because of that.
I'm not afraid to say it.
Right.
I'm not afraid.
Yeah, totally. And because you're imperfect, you have no moral stance to ever judge me on anything I do, no matter how reprehensible. And there is this weird personality type, and this guy meets that, where he kind of creates this I don't want to say amoral. It's a nihilistic space. It's a space where don't talk morals here because I'll laugh at you.
Yeah.
Because we never see, we could have had a character who was basically driven insane because of what he was doing. And I don't think that was the comedian, because we never saw something that drove him that way. It seemed to me like he was attracted to this particular lifestyle because he has these traits, and this allows him to be this way. That seemed to be seemed to be his implied motivation for joining in the beginning. I think it wasn't that he was a good guy and then went insane. So I think his personality traits attracted him to this type of job, which allows him to express them writ large.
Yeah, because he's defending America in Vietnam and then blowing away protesters several years later. So, like, he's not really on anyone's team here. There's a sense that he's on the side of superheroes as their own identity group, if you want to call it that. There's a sense that he cares about other superheroes, but only so much,
because they're the ones who are most like him. So that gives it that has to be his team, because his the other Americans are not his team.
Agreed. Just like Dr. Manhattan, like, has this sort of, I'm not invested in your planet anymore.
Yeah.
It is like the Joker.
Crazy, right?
Yes. So thank you, Sable, for the backup. But Candace right here says, if the Joker, right, that's what I kind of think it is. If the Joker were hired as a government contractor, how hilarious would you find? How hilarious would he find that? You're hiring me as a protector?
Yeah, totally.
The absurdity, but also that'd be like using the Joker as a weapon. When pointed in a particular direction, they can do a lot of damage. And so if you're the U.S. government and you're like, I need to take out this country, because he was working in South America taking out countries. That's right. Like, after that he went down and was taking out dictatorships in South America. So he's like, here's a position where we can point you in this direction, and you'll have all the backup of the U.S. government. Just go have fun, basically.
Like, no problem.
No problem. Exactly. Go for it. So it's what is it Hooded Justice? Because he does this, what Doug is talking about with Hooded Justice.
Hooded Justice.
Yeah, there's one of the characters is the first masked vigilante. He's the one who has the noose around his neck.
Oh,
Yikes.
And you don't see him very.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Because he's the one that comes and beats up comedian after the attempted rape.
Right.
And so Hooded Justice is we don't know a whole lot about him, but the comedian's response to him is like, this is how you get off, huh? So it is kind of that response that, oh, you enjoy coming in here and being a vigilante and beating me up, and that's the kind of thing you enjoy. Look what you've done to me.
Right. A case against anyone who thinks they have some moral position to stand on. There is a sociopathy about it, because it's hard to defend against it, and yet all accusations in reverse fall on deaf ears. It's a really weird position, and I think I was going to say something about this guy. Oh, the idea that they're superheroes, right? the Minutemen. We're the good guys. And who comes in to kill him in the opening scene when he says, it's all a joke? This is all a joke. A superhero's coming to kill me. He knows what's going on. He knows this is a superhero. So now you're being assassinated. So to him, it's ironic that this is how this is playing out.
Who was it that killed him at the beginning? I forget.
It was Ozzy.
Huh?
It was Ozzy.
Yeah, but
Ozzy.
that was actually Ozzy. He wasn't sending someone. That was actually him.
That was actually him. That's how I interpreted it. That was Ozzy.
I missed that. Interesting.
Yeah,
wow. Yeah, that totally changes the context of the opening scene. I didn't catch that the first time, but I did catch it later. That's Ozzy. He comes in to kill the comedian.
Right. Because he's
makes sense.
Because he's got superpowers. They both got the superpowers. They're both punching through walls and tossing each other around. And they even say that you can't get through like that glass. You'd have to run a car through it or something.
Glass.
So it took someone like Ozzy to fling him through
but that's why I think his comment that it's all a joke makes the most sense too, because here's the Minutemen. Oh, hey buddy, hey partner, good guy. Now this partner, good guy, the Minuteman is coming to kill him. What a joke! What a joke! So I think that
but he was after Ozzy,
right?
Oh,
he was figuring
the comedian. Yeah. He was figuring out there may be some stuff going on here.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean he would have turned him in necessarily. Right?
No, I don't. Well, not necessarily, but
it was too much of a risk.
Too much of a risk
for sure.
Noted for those two characters, another moment of character beliefs interacting. Ozymandias, I said the name. He says at the end, he says, the comedian was right. So there's some agreement between the two of them. Humanity's savage nature will inevitably lead to global annihilation. So in order to save this planet, I had to trick it with the greatest practical joke in human history.
Who says that? Ozzy?
Ozzy says that. Also, I'll read it again because I think it's really interesting. It says a lot about both of those characters. The comedian was right. Humanity's savage nature will inevitably lead to global annihilation. So in order to save this planet, I had to trick it with the greatest practical joke in history. I do wonder if the idea that humanity's savage nature will lead to annihilation, is that what the comedian's stance was? I mean, the comedian certainly thought that humanity was savage. I do wonder if that is Ozzy adding to that by saying, yes, it's savage and it's going to lead to annihilation. I'm not sure. This is a genuine question.
Arguably, yes. I might say arguably, yes. And that might be why he's got such a because you can be savage, but you can still have compassion for them. But it's like we have a savage nature here, and this is all going to end up with everybody dead anyway. So it doesn't matter if I shoot anybody right now because everybody's going to be dead anyway.
Well, that's the Sarah Connor argument in Terminator 2. I think you're all dead, so I'll do it. When she has
right.
Superman.
A great point. Great point. That's an important part of that personality that don't count on compassion from him.
Yeah, I think P.H. Arbeck's neutral nihilist instead of chaotic neutral.
Yeah.
I think that's where you were going with that. I think that's a great one, neutral nihilistic, because in that space neutral nihilist, you can almost justify anything.
I guess you go back to the point about a night owl and Silk Spectre having to make choices between these things. They start off in an area with basically no choice or having made no choice. They're living in retirement is what they're doing. So all the other characters are doing something about the world in some way.
They're really out of it.
And they are not. So in some ways it is also the Chinese proverb, isn't it? To take no action isn't action. So they're saying, listen, the government told us to stop, so we're just going to stay here. I'll just retire. I've got money, so I'll just go and drink beer with this guy, and I can just stay here. But that's still an action and an outlook on the world, because all these terrible things are still going to be happening out there in the world. and you could potentially do something about it, and you're not. You're just sitting there. So now the question is, what is it that you do? And all of these different characters around them have different answers for what you do.
I think that's a great point, because believe it or not, this entire plot line is based on the premise that the world will destroy itself absolutely in a nuclear exchange, no matter what. What if that's not true? Because by the way, in the 60s and in the 50s, all this rhetoric went up to, the top.
Mm-hmm.
We're all still here. If it was in our nature to destroy ourselves, we haven't. So,
yeah.
No, we haven't even addressed that. The premise that makes this plot line work might be flawed. In the end, Ozzy is still operating on the speculation that we would have destroyed ourselves, and therefore it justifies what he did. But what if his speculation was incorrect? Then he just killed these people for absolutely no reason, except on his speculation, which you're gambling. That's what that's what gamblers do. They're speculators.
We are all still here for now.
Yeah.
So, but did you have anything else on the comedian?
I didn't. I have one other comment that's a broad one, but I don't have anything else on the comedian.
Okay, we do have something from BGD we have to talk about, but then your comment too. So, but BGD says, don't forget, you still have yet to talk about the giant squid. And I don't know all that much about the giant squid because that was in the graphic novel, which I haven't read, but I'll get into. But I was reading today and trying to understand the differences between the end and of the graphic novel and this, so that I know. And so I'm sure that somebody who is a much more expert in the graphic novel will pick this apart, or tell me what's not true in detail. But it seemed like Zack Snyder said that he thought that he was going to need another 15 minutes of a movie to explain why all of a sudden we're going to have a giant squid, and the movie is already very long. And I think that so the threat was going to be this giant squid, but I think that this ending, and I haven't read the graphic novel yet, but I think this ending is a great solution to this for all the reasons, all the thematic reasons that we've talked about throughout this discussion. And rather than having giant squid being this extra thing that is, going out this way, this turned it all back into the characters, interior to the characters, implicating, an implication of Dr. Manhattan and all of that. So this story structure took something that seemed like, or could have seemed like, a wild hare, where we're going to bring in this big giant squid, and turned it back into the characters in a way that I think reinforces its themes.
Well, and it keeps all the conflicts on the characters, right? So what is the issue with the squid?
So basically,
what's the squid? What's this? I don't even know what the squid is.
So basically, from what I remember, maybe you can correct me, Heath, but it's the instead of the the fake Dr. Manhattan attacks on humanity, instead he had like a fake alien invasion attack. So they were like these giant things that collapsed, and they had these big old tentacles that were destroying buildings and stuff like that. So it was a different thing that happened there.
Okay.
Yeah, Ozymandias creates, because that's going to be the threat against humanity, a giant cyclopean alien life forms and teleports it into Times Square.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so, this was changed. So instead of teleporting the squid in, it is framing Dr. Manhattan.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It would have been odd to do that suddenly. You would have had to set that up for quite a while.
Yeah, so Candace did say, I did see that earlier. I posted this earlier, makes more sense here. That's where the ending of the movie fails for me compared to the comic. So I'm gonna watch it, or watch the graphic one. I'm sure in the movie, humanity averts war. Averts war because of the threat of Dr. Manhattan. But the squid monster could be killed. So it was a threat to humanity.
Yeah.
A threat humanity could rally around together. Coming together against a common foe versus an external angry deity that's always watching. The latter,
very good point. Well said.
The latter doesn't bring people together. It just makes them afraid.
Yeah.
However, I will say,
I agree. That's my main critique of Ozzy in the movie. Is I'm like it seems like you need to make people feel as one. You need an external threat. But
You know what's interesting is now that I know the alternative, my wheels are spinning because it is a common kind of motif, the idea that two foes band together to fight a third foe, right? So now that I'm thinking about it, that could have worked really, really good.
But
I love that it's going to be waiting for me in the comics. However, I will say, having no knowledge of that, not comparing it to that, I thought that the movie still worked and did a good job of making the case that they made, which was much more morally ambiguous because of the reprehensibility of a nuclear strike on a population. I mean, that's an unforgivable thing.
Well, I think the giant squid was going to do some serious devastation.
Yeah, at that point, you're deferring it really to the squid.
It was very giant. It's like,
yeah.
I'm remembering images of like these big old tentacles that are like crushing buildings and stuff. So,
but I do wonder. I wonder how they're going to handle this, because this is. BGD says the best chapter in the entire graphic novel, though.
Yeah, it was very memorable. That's what I was expecting to
giant...
happen. I was like, when are these big tentacles going to destroy buildings? And I was like, oh, that's not in the movie.
Oh my God, I can't wait to read the rest of this.
But it does make me wonder just how they will handle it, because if you bring Dr. Manhattan back and he's back on humanity's side, then can't he take care of the gigantic squid? So this solution, I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's some reason why he can't.
He doesn't care. He's out.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, no, keep going.
But in the movie solution, you remove Dr. Manhattan. You don't try to bring in a giant squid that potentially Dr. Manhattan could come and remove for you, removing the source of the conflict for humanity. You put that on Dr. Manhattan, and so he's got to get out of here. So I'll have to see how that works.
Interesting.
Okay. So what was your final point, Brianna?
Oh, and this was I meant to say this at the beginning of the conversation. It was because I stepped out at the beginning. But just it's interesting on the note of the commentary on vigilantism that in this universe, vigilantism starts with corrupt cops. I don't know if you guys caught that. I thought that was interesting. Like these cops were telling the story, and they said, like they had these gangs that they could never keep in prison. Like they would get released and they would just keep doing all these problems or something like that. And then they ended up deciding, they decided to finish what the law couldn't. So they would put on masks and then go and do the vigilantism at night. And that eventually became an official thing. And then people were recruited, superpowered humans to do it and all this stuff. I don't know. I just thought that was worth noting and pointing out something about this commentary of that it was corruption, like a going outside of the law that then led to superheroes, as opposed to it was a direct, a direct step away from the law. Yeah.
Well, vigilantism by its nature is against the law. I think Batman,
but instead of it being against the law, it was away from the law, because it was the law enforcement that then, decided the law wasn't enough.
Oh, that the law enforcement themselves.
That's how it started. Okay. That's how it started. Right. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Candace does say that, the comic Adrian had already chased Dr. Manhattan away to Mars by making him think that he was giving people around him cancer. So that was there too. So Dr. Manhattan was already out of the picture, but Adrian didn't count on him bringing back to Earth due to Silk Spectre. I get when I was saying if you're going to bring him back, I was referring to a storyteller. That if you're the storyteller and you're going to bring him back to Earth via the Silk Spectre, can't he fight off the giant squid? I'm not sure. So I'll watch or I'll read.
That's a good question.
I'll probably do the same thing because I have access to that. I don't have the graphic, or maybe I'll get it from the library or something. But
the motion graphic is on YouTube.
Yeah, I do want to watch that because I'm really curious to know what that is. Like, from a storytelling perspective, like, oh, you're just lightly animating a comic or something. I'm very intrigued.
Well, you are. So it's the actual frame. To me, it looks like it's the actual frames that are animated.
Oh, okay, cool.
But that's a more convincing reason why humanity would coordinate and work together.
Yeah.
But it's almost like I can see why Zack Snyder didn't want to do it, because it's almost like that's part 2, the invasion of the squid people. Let's see how the world communicates. It is like a whole different genre, like suddenly invading this, but I
feel like that's still in line with the stuff you might see in superhero stories.
True, that is true. Giant squid is kind of almost classic, cliche, even you could say.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to say thank you to Candace for giving us all this
I know.
very knowledgeable comic book version, because that's what we don't have right now. And so that's been very helpful. Wow.
Well, is there anything else we need to say in order to wrap this up? I think this has been fantastic.
Yeah, it was super fun to be able to like, the movie's just asking you to do this kind of analysis, so it was fun to actually get to do it and discuss it with you guys.
Yeah, and I wouldn't have thought. I'm glad you guys brought it up, because this probably wouldn't have been one that I would have thought of at least this soon. But it was very good. I really enjoyed it, and I think it's got fantastic themes to.
And there's something there, even when I was like scrolling through to watch it. The blue, the black, the yellow, Watchmen. I'm like, man, there's some, like, it's its own brand. It's a one movie. They never made sequels. It's kind of locked in this era with these actors and these actresses, and it's Zack Snyder. So it's like its own little universe in there. And I, for one, really enjoyed rewatching it.
All right. Well, yes, please do. Sable put it. Please do like the stream. Please do.
Yes.
Come by, pick up all of the different books. pick up Faraway Bird.
You better do it, or else Dr. Manhattan's going to get you.
Head over to pick up the City of Reckoning as well. And then
and we will be discussing our books on the channel at some point soon.
Yep. Faraway Bird. And then yes, and then Brianna's book as well. So, and then
I can't wait to read Brianna's book, by the way. I mean, it is thick, and now that I know Brianna's person, I bet there's a lot there. So I'm looking forward to it.
I already wrote down what kinds of subjects for potential discussion for that book. So I'm ready.
All right. And if you want to watch Brianna in action directing, go to The Cultists. And us both writing. Brianna and I wrote the story together. All right.
Awesome.
Everybody, thank you so much for being here. We enjoyed the comments. It was fantastic. We look forward to seeing you again very soon. And I will see everybody in the morning for the morning grind on the Heath Geekverse channel. Have a wonderful night, everybody.
Great.
Oh, cool. You got cool hair, Brianna.
What?
Yeah.
Someone say
cool hair. From
Thank you, random citizen.
All right.